Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the May 24th meeting of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City. If we could come to order, please, and join me in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you, everybody. Could we have a sunshine announcement, please, Cam?
Yes, okay. Good evening, everybody. Today is Tuesday, May 24th in the year 2022. This is a Jersey City Planning Board meeting with a scheduled 5:30 p.m. start time. This planning board meeting is being held virtually as a video conference that is open to the public. In accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, notice of this meeting has been given to the editor of the Jersey Journal, the Jersey City Reporter, and posted with the city clerk on May 19th in the year 2022. This meeting was also posted on the Jersey City Division of City Planning webpage, and all distribution materials made available to the board were published and available to the public.
All right, thanks, Cam. Could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, okay, so Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Here.
Commissioner Allen.
Here.
Commissioner Gangadin.
Here.
Commissioner Green.
Here.
Commissioner Torres.
Hello.
Commissioner Torres.
No, we can't hear you, my
No,
man.
we can't hear you, Eddie.
We'll give you a minute.
We can see your mouth moving, but
No, nothing yet.
It may be the AirPods.
Oh, we'll just move on and we'll come back to you, Torres. Commissioner Lipsky
Here.
and Chairman Langston.
Here.
Okay, so we have 7 commissioners present, one of which is working on getting their audio working, Commissioner Torres. So we have a quorum. We have 7 commissioners.
Okay, thank you. Eddie, do we have you yet?
nope.
No, nothing yet. Okay, let's, Bridget, if we could, let's swear in the staff, please, while Eddie's working on that.
Okay, do you swear or affirm the testimony or comments you're going to give in this meeting tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Bridget. And Cam, do we have any correspondence?
Yes, we have one item on the agenda that is requesting to carry with preservation of notice to the June 28th meeting. And that is item 10 on the agenda, case number P22-031. This is a preliminary and final major site plan amendment with address 286 and 296 Cole Street. Again, item 10, case number P22-031. Carrying to June 28th with preservation of notice.
Okay, thanks, Cam. Did Commissioner Torres log off?
I think so.
Okay, let's just keep an eye for Commissioner Torres. And we'll get him back in as soon as we can here. All right, so let's get into old business. We're gonna hear case P22-067 is 2 one-year extensions. The address is 431 to 433 MLK and 316 Forest Street. Eddie, do we have you on?
I don't know. I think you do.
Yeah.
We got you. You sound great.
Okay, cool.
All right, thank you. So let the record show that Commissioner Torres is present.
The same goal. Same hotel spirit.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Can you hear me all right?
We can.
Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Hope everybody had a nice weekend. So as Chairman Langston indicated, this is an application, hopefully fairly straightforward, for two one-year extensions for the address 431-433 MLK and 316 Forest Street. Back in 2019, the applicant, which is TBG 431 MLK LLC, received subdivision and site plan and variance approval to do a few things, but to subdivide and to construct a 6-story residential building. At this point in time, that was dated March 26, 2019. At this point, we've actually perfected the subdivision within a timely fashion. So just to be overly conservative, because they were separate applications at the time, we're here this evening seeking the extension. The basis for the extensions are simply that in March 26, 2019, we would have had 2 years, which would have taken us to 2021. And unfortunately, everybody knows what happened over that 2-year period, or certainly one of those years. And the applicant was unable, due to material issues and construction costs and whatnot, to proceed at that time. But what we are doing is seeking two, as I said, 2 one-year extensions that would then take us to March 26 of 2023 and give us hopefully the time that we need in order to proceed and break ground and do what we need to do. So that's really the substance of the applications this evening. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions, but I don't really have any witnesses for this one.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Yeah, I have no questions. It's not the first one of these we've heard, unfortunately. So anybody else, any questions?
No.
No.
Okay, thank you, counsel. If anybody from the public wants to comment on this application, it's a two one-year extensions. If anybody from the public wants to comment, please raise your hand. And if you are calling in and you'd like to comment on this application, please press *9 to raise your hand.
Mr. Chair, I see no one from the, there's somebody there, Councilman.
Do we have Councilman Gilmore?
Promoting Councilman Gilmore.
And Santo, are you swearing in witnesses or am I?
You usually do.
Okay.
But if you'd like, I can. It's up to you.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Can you hear me? For some reason, my video isn't working.
No worries, Councilman. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, I just have a simple question.
Councilman,
So-
we do need to swear you in. Can you raise your right hand?
Oh, yes,
You swear or affirm that the testimony you give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes.
And could you state and spell your name for the record?
Frank Gilmore, Gilmore.
Thank you, Councilman. Floor
All
is
right,
yours.
thank you, Councilman. The floor is yours.
Yes, so the 6-story dwelling will reside on Forest, correct?
That's correct, Councilman.
Oh, okay, so it's that dilapidated factory building area.
That's correct.
And the rest will essentially remain the same other than the rehab, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, that's it. That's the only question I had.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. We appreciate it. All right, anybody else from public? If you'd like to comment, once again, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Mr. Chair, I see no more public. I move to close.
Second.
We do have a hand up.
Promoting Grid Dash. Dash declined to be promoted, so it may have been an accident. I'll try one more time, but
Yeah, let's give.
oh no, they're rejoining. They're rejoining.
Hi,
Hi there.
if you'd raise your right hand, we'll swear you in and we'll take your testimony.
Before I begin, I'm sorry, I just joined in and this is just for the hearing, joining as a public, correct? This is just,
Yes, ma'am.
okay.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And you state and spell your name, please.
Okay, my name is Karishma, Karishma. Last name is Rath, Rath.
Ms. Roth, good evening. You're here to comment on the 2 one-year extensions for 431 to 433 Martin Luther King and 316 Forest Street?
Okay,
Or are you here for another matter?
I'm here for another matter. That's for the 1544 Kennedy. That's for the cannabis retailer.
Okay, that is later on the agenda. That's item 15 on our agenda tonight.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No problem, not a problem. We'll get to it. Hopefully earlier rather than later, I hope. Okay, if anybody else is here from the public that wants to comment on this
Sure, I see
application.
no more public. I move to close the public portion again.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. I don't know who this is. Lindsay, do we have Lindsay here?
No, I'll cover for Lindsay.
Okay, no problem.
So planning staff has no further comments and just asked that the applicant agree to the conditions from the original approval. And with that, planning staff recommends approval.
Excellent. And council, you're okay with those conditions?
Certainly, yes.
Excellent, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P22-067 as presented to the board tonight.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded.
All right, Commissioner, Vice Chair, Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Allen.
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Aye.
Commissioner Torres. Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I did not hear Mr. Torres. I did not hear anything from Mr. Torres.
Oh,
That I, can you hear me?
We
Yes,
got you.
now I can. Thank you.
Okay,
All right, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, council. All right, while you're here, let's call our next case is P21-146. It's item number 9 on the agenda. That's for a minor site plan at 335 Palisade Avenue.
Yes, so good evening again, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. The application is also known as Block 4504, Lot 32, and it's in the R2D zone. The property is on an interior lot located on the west side of Palisade Avenue between Franklin and Ferry Street, and currently consists of a 3-story mixed-use building consisting of 3 dwelling units over ground floor commercial space. There are varying uses around the neighborhood, which you'll hear more about in detail, including multifamily residential and mixed-use buildings. I'm here this evening seeking minor site plan approval to construct a new 4-story, 4-family residential building that is almost entirely compliant with the zoning requirements. We do have a couple of variances, 2 specifically. One is where 20% of rooftop appurtenance coverage is permitted. We're seeking 30.2%, and that's specifically in order to create a common rooftop deck, which carries with it certain egress requirements and whatnot, which again, you'll hear more about in detail. And the other variance we have is a partial side yard setback variance, where on the south side yard, we do exceed the 3'1" setback requirement from the neighboring building's windows. We do carry that the full length of the neighbor's building, but not the full length of our building. And in consultation with planning staff, that's been determined to be a variance. So those are our variances this evening. I do also want to just indicate very briefly before I bring up my professionals, we did send this over to the Riverview Neighborhood Association. We did receive some comments specifically regarding the 2nd-story terrace, which you'll see, and regarding the rear yard step back, that it should be better screened. So in consultation again with Ms. Clark-Sokolov, we went ahead and did that. We also did wrap the building in accordance with her comments. Lastly, we received the staff report, and as I'll indicate at the end as well, we have no problem complying with all comments. So with that, I've got 2 witnesses this evening. I have Mukti Bajaj, who's our project architect, who will walk you through the plans, and Carolyn Worstel of Dresdner Robin, who will testify to the relief that we're seeking this evening.
Chairman, just before we get the experts sworn in. I am going to receive the affidavit of notice, certification of service, proof of mailing with respect to the application at 335 Palisade Ave here in the city. All does appear to be in order. I'm going to mark it as A1 for the record.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you. All right, so with that, so Mukti, are you here? Yes, I see you there.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, so I think Mr. Lampier will swear you in.
Just raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And if you could state and spell your name and give your business address, please.
So my name is Mukti Bajaj. So it's Mukti Mukti and Bajaj as in Bajaj. And the business address is 95 Cole Street, Jersey City, New Jersey 07302.
Ms. Bajaj, good evening. Always a pleasure to see you. We've qualified you numerous times. Your license is current tonight?
Yes, my license is current.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. So Mukti, why don't you go ahead and share the screen and bring up the plans?
Cameron, you'll have to allow me to share. I'm not able to share the screen.
And counsel, you had mentioned in your opening that there were some changes to the plans. Were those submitted prior, or are we going to need to mark these?
They were all submitted directly to Ms. Sokolov at this point more than 10 days ago. But I'm happy to mark them if it's easier for the board.
It won't be necessary then.
All right.
So hello everyone. This first page is just a visual rendering of this particular project.
And you know what, counsel, I take it back. We should mark this as A1, as this would just be the exhibit, which was not previously submitted. So that, or
We'll mark
A2.
it as A2.
A2. Thank you.
And can you
Aye.
just make sure you forward me a copy of that rendering, please?
Definitely. All right, so Mukti, go ahead. Why don't you walk the board through the existing conditions and what we're proposing here this evening?
So this is our existing 3-story structure. There's a commercial on the first level and a residential on the upper floor. What we are proposing is a 4-story building with the 4 units. This is 335 Palisade Avenue. Block is 4504 and the lot is 32. This is an R-2D zone, and based on these requirements, we do comply with all the bulk requirements for R-2D. There are 2 variances like Ben mentioned. One is the bulk variance and the other one is the side yard variance. The gross area of the 4-story building will be 6,698 square feet. There are 4 units, 1 on each floor. The average square foot area of each unit is approximately 1,120 square feet. The front yard setback is 0. The side yard is also 0, except where the windows are, we have a 3 feet setback. The rear yard requirement is 10 feet and 10 feet, it's 5 feet and 10 feet has been proposed. The upper floors from 2nd to 4th floor required is 30 and 30 feet has been proposed. So as you see, that's like all the bulk requirements are in compliance. The rooftop deck has setback from the front of 10 feet and the side yard of from the side of the property line 5 feet and 7 feet 4 inches on the other side. Also, this particular property is in between Ferry Street and Franklin Street. This is very close to Ferry Street, almost just 75 feet away from Ferry. So this is the A2 sheet, which basically shows the demolition site plan where the existing structure, which occupies almost 100% of the lot, will be occupied, will be demolished. So on the south side of the building, there are neighboring windows. So the proposed structure occupies almost 90% of the lot, and we have a setback from the neighboring windows, which is 3 feet setback. In the front, we're also proposing 1 street tree. The storm management system has been proposed, the detention system in the back of the property. There are some planters which we had proposed based privacy planters towards the back of the property, and a privacy screen on the 3 sides.
And Mukti, just before you go on to the next slide, can you just identify on the plans where that the front neighboring window is located?
So these are the darker lines which are marked, which are the neighboring windows on the left side of the property.
So is it fair to say that what you did is, since that first window is kind of near the front, instead of carrying that 3'1" setback all the way back from the beginning window, you carried it forward from the last window, in essence?
Yeah, that's correct.
So just to confirm, in your opinion as an architect, you're still creating that light well that meets the purpose and intent of that 3'1" setback from where the windows begin?
That's correct, and that allows for the means of egress also for these windows. So that,
Okay, I'm sorry, you can keep going.
Ms. Bajaj, I usually don't interrupt during a presentation, but while we're on that, I'm just curious on the print where you show a 3'6" setback. Is that the case, or do the windows on the building next door protrude 5 inches?
so that building is encroaching this property by 5 inches. So the neighboring building, 333 Palisade, has an encroachment of 5 inches. So we left 3'1" from the windows, but 3'6" is from the property line.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
So directly jump to A7. So every floor, like I mentioned, is one unit. We have a main entrance, which is on the right-hand side of the building, with the common lobby, the elevator, one staircase, and an access to the cellar. So this particular unit is unit 1 is 117 square feet. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. So this unit will have access to the back patio area, and the compressor for this unit is in the back as well. The upper second, third, and fourth floor, the average square foot area is similar to the first floor, which is almost 1,120 square feet. All the units are 3-bedroom, 2-bath. So the unit 1, unit 2, we have a living dining in the back. So that way they have access to this private terrace, which was created on top of partial portion of this first floor. Because the requirement on the upper floor, the setback requirement is 30 feet. So you get the 10 foot or 20 foot of the private terrace. So based on the community requirement, we gave privacy shrubs and a privacy fence on the side of this private terrace on the 3 sides. Compressor for this particular unit will be on their terrace itself. Second, third, and fourth floor are very similar. We also have a common rooftop deck on the roof level with the 2 compressors for unit 3 and 4, a small elevator lobby, and the roof deck, which is 460 square feet, and a green roof in the front and back, which combined is almost 500 square feet. The roof deck has been set back 13'6" from the front and 5 feet from the left property line and 7 foot from the right property line, which complies with the planning board ordinance. So this is the proposed facade. I just shared the rendering in the next page. So this particular corridor on Palisade Avenue has mostly traditional brick. So what we have done here is use traditional red brick and also use this accent element, which are just a projection of 1 foot. This will be finished with a bluish gray stucco or fiber cement panels with the bigger 6 glass windows for the living area and the black metal panel in between. Other windows have a cast stone sill and lintel. So I think with the traditional brick and with this bluish grayish stucco finish and the bigger windows, it just helps to break up the facade. And I think it looks fair, but the contrast will be, basically it look good on the building and will enhance the entire look. On the front lobby, we also have this 3-feet canopy over the lobby area. So one door goes to the staircase 1 and the other one is for the staircase number 2. This is the back and side elevations are pretty similar, where they have siding, light gray siding on the upper floor and the stucco finish for the first floor. This is again the same rendering which I showed on the first page. This is a visual of the building. So the north elevation will be attached to 337 Palisade, which was approved some time back. So this is the profile of 337, and 335 is exactly the same profile. On the other side, where this dotted line basically shows the neighboring buildings, and that portion will be also finished with the vinyl siding and the stucco on the first floor. I think that pretty much concludes my testimony.
Yeah, Mukti, just one follow-up. You might have mentioned it, but just to confirm, we are proposing a street tree as well in the front yard, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chairman, that was it for Ms. Bajaj.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bajaj. I have no questions. Anybody else?
Nope, not for me.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so my next and final witness is Carolyn Worstel of Dresner Robin, who will speak briefly about the relief that we're seeking and the justifications.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Worstel.
Do I need to be sworn in?
Yeah, if we could, Santo, you're swearing in tonight?
Would you raise your
Sure.
right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. State and spell your full name for the record.
Carolyn Worstel, Carolyn, Worstel, Worstell. Business address is 1 Evertrust Plaza, Jersey City, New Jersey.
Ms.
And I,
Worstel, good thing, we've qualified you numerous times as well. Your license is current tonight?
it is.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Thank you. And I just apologize. I've got allergies and my voice is a little hoarse this evening. So.
No worries. We all do.
So as mentioned, there are 2 variances that we're here seeking tonight. Bulk variance for the side yard setback, and then a variance for the rooftop appurtenance coverage. With regard to that side yard setback variance, we are seeking relief from the strict application of the requirements, where the provided south side yard setback provides a 3-foot 1-inch setback from the adjacent windows, which actually protrude onto our property, from the front of the buildings to the end of the rear of the adjacent property, where our building then does extend over to the lot line, which would otherwise be permitted in the R2D zone. The proposed setback will provide adequate areas for egress for fire and building codes, as well as providing adequate light and air. And it's just, instead of having the shaft, as you will, starting from the beginning of the windows and extending to the rear to the end of our building, we're just sort of flipping it and we're having it move forward. So it does provide the same benefits as a compliant structure. We are just sort of flipping it around and providing the space from the front, because the windows of the adjacent property are so close to the front facades. With regard to that proposed rooftop appurtenance, we're proposing a total of 30.2% coverage, where 20% is permitted. And really that additional coverage directly relates to the need to provide an elevator and 2 stairwell bulkheads to provide 2 means of egress for access to the common roof deck. So really, that's the reason for the additional coverage. Those bulkheads are set back from the front facade, at least 13 feet, and where 10 feet is required, and a little over 11 feet from the rear. So they are really centered on the building, and that will help minimize any impact when viewed from the street. Additionally, the whole project will advance the purpose of the municipal land use law, consistent with purpose A, the provision of an appropriate multi-unit residential building that's in character with character and density of the surrounding neighborhood. Consistent with purpose C, by providing bulk setbacks that will provide adequate light, air, and open space. Proposing a density consistent with the surrounding area, consistent with purpose E. And we'll also update the streetscape with a new building, when a new street tree where none currently exists, and providing new sidewalk and curbing in front of the property, consistent with purpose I. Overall, the project will not result in substantial detriment to the public good or general welfare. The proposed side yard setbacks provides adequate egress for fire and building code, and just it's flipped on its side, instead it's going forward instead of to the rear. And the proposed rooftop appurtenances are necessary to comply with fire code for egress for residents of the building using the common roof deck. The variances will not result in substantial detriment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance. The overall project meets all other bulk requirements, including building height, front and rear yard setbacks, and building and lot coverages. And that concludes my testimony.
Carolyn, just real quick, and then I'll let you go. Is it your opinion as a professional planner that the benefits that you've outlined and that Ms. Bajaj has outlined would substantially outweigh any of the minimal detriments that you indicated?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I have nothing further for Ms. Worstel.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Worstel. Yeah, I have no questions. Anybody else?
Nope.
All right, thank you. Take care of those allergies.
All right, Mr. Chair, that was my final witness on direct, so I'll certainly reserve the right to close if need be, but that was it for my case in chief.
Okay, great, thank you. So we have 2 hands raised already. Let's open it up for public comment. If you're here from the public and you'd like to comment, please raise your hand. And if you are calling in and you'd like to comment, press *9 to raise your hands.
Karen, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And just state and spell your full name.
First, K-E-R-N, last name Weissman, W-E-I-S-S-M-A-N.
Thank you.
Mr. Weissman, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
So, Chairman, so I have some separate from my comments. I have some questions that should not go toward my 3 minutes for the architect.
How long do you need, Karen?
I just need like an extra minute to get those questions.
Okay. Yeah, we usually don't allow that for an attorney that's contesting a case, but that's fine.
Well, no, but I do have a right to ask the architect the question as a and because it is a specific question about the plan. I appreciate it. I promise I won't go over 5 minutes.
No problem. We got you.
Thank you, Chairman. So appreciate everyone's time. I do have a question for the architect. One is I'm concerned, quite concerned that the second floor, the basis of my question is I'm concerned that the second floor, the AC unit is on the edge of the second floor of the terrace, what you're calling the terrace on the plan. And I'm wondering why that wasn't able to be moved to the roof, since you're already asking for a variance for the rooftop appurtenances coverage. So why wouldn't the it's not generally good practice in my understanding of buildings to put these units on the near the lot line. So why can't that unit be moved to the roof exactly?
It can be moved to the roof, but in this case, it was directly, terrace was there was a space, so we moved it. You normally need 3 feet away from the property line, and the compressors will be proposed 3 feet away.
Okay, so it's there's no zoning reason for it to not be.
Well, I guess let me follow
Yeah.
up if you don't mind. But Mukti, if we were to move it to the roof, would it not result in an increase in the variance that we're already seeking on the roof?
That's correct. That's the other reason.
Okay, so I would, yeah, just, and that would be my comment, is I think that would be a better move because you're gonna have that near potentially windows for a neighbor there. So I just think, honestly, that's not a good precedent to be setting, to be putting AC units right next to lot lines on second floors.
So that is 337 Palisade Avenue, and that project has already been approved, and
I'm not talking about that project. I'm not talking about that project. I'm not talking about that project.
All right, let's not argue back and forth. It was a question. The question's been asked.
Okay, but
answered. Sir, if you have another question, ask the question. Comments, please make them.
Okay, but she was citing a precedent that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about a previous approval, just to be clear. And then the second point, the second question is what you're calling a terrace on the plan, is that on top of a roof is that on the second floor on top of a roof?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so to the zoning, switch to my comment, the zoning defines a rooftop deck, and I'll just read it real quickly here. Rooftop decks must be set back a minimum of 5 feet from the side property line, minimum of 10 feet setback from the front and rear of the roof, and the rooftop deck shall not cover more than 30% of the roof. So even though you're calling it a terrace, according to zoning, that's a rooftop deck. So I want to understand why this variance, and I sent this prior, I'm not surprising anybody here, I sent this prior to planning. I wanted to understand why a variance isn't being asked for this what's being called the terrace. It's actually a rooftop deck according to the planning, to the zone, sorry.
I mean, Mr. Weissman, I'll defer to our planner as well as to the city planner on that. My understanding is that a terrace, a lower terrace, is separate from the roof in the definitions of the code.
There's no definition of terrace in the zone. Sorry.
All right, fair. Again, I'll defer to them, but if I can just refer back real quick, because you did ask one other question, and I believe Ms. Bajaj brought up 337 Palisade, not to talk about precedent, but to discuss what was on the property and how there'd be no impact. And again, this is my conjecture. I'll defer to Ms. Bajaj, but I think that's the reason she brought it up, not to talk about precedent. So I'd just like for her to be able to answer that question, if that's all right.
Sure.
So Mukti, I know you started answering that question. If you can go ahead.
So the proposed compressor will have a screen around it. That's one thing. And then this will never have any windows next to it because it aligns with 337 Palisade, and the profile of 337 Palisade and this particular project is the same profile. So there's no, that particular portion of the building for 337 Palisade also is just a one-story section in the back.
Yeah, it was the rear window that I was concerned with, so of the second floor of the other building. But okay, so can we get back to, thank you for that answer. Can we get to the question about the zoning, because this apparently, from my reading, we're missing a variance on this application.
All right, it'll be addressed. Do you have any other questions, and do you have any other comments?
So my last, just tying up that comment, was I don't think this is on sound footing from a planning perspective, and I had sent this through previously, and I'm just noting my objection to the variance for the second floor roof deck not being asked for, and I need this to be addressed, and I do believe it's on shaky legal ground from a planning and zoning perspective, as well as the previous project that was approved as well. So Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Weissman.
And just to be clear, I don't have any objections to the variances that are being asked for. Those are fine. Thank you.
Gotcha, thank you. Let's continue with public comment, and then Mallory, I do want to ask your opinion on that terrace. Okay, so if anybody else is here from public that wants to comment, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in, I think we have Miss Lopez already promoted.
I have a question about,
Ms. Lopez, we have to swear you in. Can you raise your right hand?
oh, yeah,
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes.
And could you spell your name for the record?
JHENNIFER.
And your last name, please.
Lopez, LOPEZ.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lopez. We have 3 minutes for you.
Okay, I have a question. It's about the planning of 278 Pacific Avenue. Has it already been presented?
It has not.
It has not. Yeah, that was my only question for that. So I'm here for that planning.
Okay, that'll be up, I don't even want to guess, maybe an hour or so.
Okay, I'll be here.
Okay, thank you. So we'll wait.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, anybody else, if you'd like to comment on this application, please raise your hand. And once again, if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Mr. Chair, I see no more public. I move to close.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Mallory, let's address Mr. Weissman's question.
Sure.
First.
Sure. So I have spoken with Kern about this before on a couple of applications. We have never regulated. So the way the R2D zoning is written is it requires a 30-foot step back from the rear property line above the first floor. So it creates this ground floor that protrudes farther into the rear yard from a bulk perspective from the upper floors of the building. In the past, we have never considered that to be a roof deck. I think my conversation with Kern on this, if my memory is correct, goes as far back as the approval on 580 Palisade, which actually recently received a CO, was fully constructed. At that point in time, it was Mr. Taylor of zoning office's opinion that we defined the roof as the uppermost roof area of the building, and that is what roof decks are relevant to. We do not have a definition for roof deck in the zoning ordinance right now. We also do not have a definition for items like terraces. I've spoken with Kern previously that we can look to bring those definitions into the LDO. We are working a lot on many zoning updates related to implementing the master plan that was recently adopted. So we will be bringing a couple of changes to the board in the next few months. So we talked about adding more specific definitions for all zones, because roof decks, of course, are not unique to the R2D in any way. And just as practice in our office, we regulate terraces for lower floors where step backs and upper floors of the bulk are considered. So this can vary greatly from something in the R1 zone, something like you see tonight before you in the R2D, or something as significant as a 60-story tower that might have setback requirements for the tower itself from the podium of the building. We've always allowed that space to be amenitized and used. We've never charged any kind of roof deck standards to those lower level terraces. And so we wouldn't do it for this one unique application. Similarly, we pointed, there's been several other applications approved in the R2D where that was not, and nothing was ever interpreted that way. And the terraces were permitted to be used as space for the units. So we're just carrying through kind of consistent determination within our office. I did discuss this additionally with our director. She concurred with my interpretation of the definitions that we have, or that we've been was sought guidance on from the zoning office. So that's why you see, I think, the arrangement you see before you tonight without a variance flagged.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on your comments?
Just in relation to the variances that we do have flagged, I would just concur with Ms. Worstel's testimony. I think that they are providing the intent of the light and air well with the 3-foot one setback from the windows on the side property line. I don't think the additional bulk behind the rear of the neighboring building has any negative implications. There aren't windows on that facade, so privacy is not being, obstructed on the neighboring lot in any way from what exists today. And similarly, we understand that with a common roof deck, there are different egress requirements than private roof decks, which require 2 points of egress. So that's 2 bulkhead stairs that are required, and they are bringing up the elevator all the way for ADA access to the roof. We see no detriment to granting of the variance. It complies with the setback standards of all that bulk, and it doesn't have any implication on the visibility of the bulk from the right of way.
Okay, thanks, Mallory.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 21-146 as presented to our board here tonight.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Okay, Vice Chair Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Yeah, I agree with the applicant on the case for the variances. I really do think they are de minimis, especially considering that the neighboring building encroaches on their property. I appreciate Mr. Weissman's question. I'm comfortable moving forward with it as long as we have that ruling from Nick Taylor. But yeah, I think it would be beneficial to get that in the LDO. So with that, I'm going to vote aye.
Okay, motion carries all in favor with conditions.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody. Have a
Thank
great
you.
evening.
So you
Thank
too.
you.
All right, let's move on to item 11, being that item 10 has been carried. That's case number P21-053 is a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances for 119 Merritt Street.
All right, promoting Thomas Lean.
Sure.
Good evening, Commissioners. For the record, Tom Lean of Connell Foley. The application before you tonight is a notice case, so I would just check with counsel that he received my affidavit.
Okay, thank you, counsel.
Good evening, council. I received the affidavit of publication proof of mailing for the application here this evening. Had the opportunity to review it. All does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for the record. And Chairman, I would just note that it was originally noticed for the April 5th meeting and carried through to this evening.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, counsel. The application before you tonight is for a 2-bay service station attached to a currently existing structure to be used as an office for the service station. Additionally, there is an automatic rollover car wash. Both are permitted uses within the Port Industrial District. This is not a district that appears before the board often. The zone is designed for larger lots. Unfortunately, the subject of this application is a severely undersized lot per the requirements in the land development ordinance. The requirement is for 80 square feet, 80,000 square foot lots with 200 feet of width. We're only at 65 feet of width and 450 feet of length. So we're approximately a third of the required size. The variances that we're seeking this evening are going to entirely relate to the size of the property and a hardship related to that. They are for the setback of any structures from the lot perimeter, the required landscaping buffer from nearby residential areas, as well as the location of our sign. All of them are going to be related to the fact that the property is only 65 feet in width. I do have 2 witnesses this evening, Mr. Raul Cabado, who is our architect, and Lee Klein, who is our traffic expert. Normally, I always ask the board if they actually want to hear from the traffic expert. Tonight, I'm going to make sure we get some testimony from Mr. Klein, as the sole use here will be highly trafficked as it is a service station. So with that said, I will request that Mr. Cabado be brought forward.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And your full name for the record?
Sure. It's Raul Cabato, Raulcabato.
Thank you.
Mr. Cabato, good evening again.
Good evening, sir.
We've seen you less than 24 hours ago. Your license didn't expire today, did it?
No, it did not.
Okay.
It's still in good standing.
All
Thank
right,
you.
you're qualified.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Can everybody see the screen?
We can, yes.
Great, thank you. So the proposed project is located in the southeast corner of Avenue C and Merritt Street and is in a PI Port Industrial Zoning District. The subject lot is irregularly shaped and is undersized by Jersey City standards, where what is required is 80,000 square feet. Existing is 27,515 square feet. Not only is the lot irregularly shaped, it also has a number of constraints, including a pre-existing easement with Conrail, which is this road, it's a road, sort of roadway right here, as well as other Conrail requirements. The owner has retained an engineer to work with Conrail on these matters. Please note that the development will be limited to the west in this area of the easement. We are seeking variances for a perimeter setback, minimum landscape buffer adjacent to the residential use and zones, and freestanding signage setback. As the primary use, we are proposing a service station, which is a permitted use. Specifically, the owner wishes to provide change oil service and possibly minor automobile repairs. There is an existing 2-story, 746 square foot structure on site, which shall be rehabilitated and used as accessory office, storage, and powder room. Abutting this existing structure are 2 1-story work bays, approximately 829 square feet in area. An accessory automated car wash is also proposed, and let me show you where that's going to be located. The accessory car wash is going to be located right here, and it's a pre-manufactured system and shall be about 192 square feet in area, and it's fully automated. We looked to the commercial automotive zoning district bulk requirements for service stations and car wash establishments. And so we are proposing 6 parking spaces for the service station. We are also providing a minimum of 15 right here. 15 on-site holding or queuing spaces as an approach lane to the car wash, and another 3 queuing spaces after the car wash. Please note that the holding or queuing lanes do not conflict with the ingress or egress of the service area. All these are in compliance with the requirements for a commercial automotive zoning district. The structure shall be clad in metal paneling with a decorative block base. Material samples for this facade material can be found on sheet A200. Going back to the site plan. Also proposed are a new sidewalk with 1 10-foot wide curb cut and 11 street trees, which will run evenly spaced along Merritt Street. We are also proposing a landscape buffer along Merritt Street, which is this area right here, which also acts as a defining element for the parking spaces. A variance is also requested for this buffer, where 50 feet buffer is required. We are providing at least 5 feet. We are also proposing to install 3 signs, 1 fronting Avenue C, 1 fronting Merritt Street, and a freestanding sign mounted by the entrance. Details of the signs are on sheet Z100. A variance is requested for the location of the signs where a setback of 30 feet is required For the freestanding sign, we are providing 5 feet. That pretty much concludes my presentation.
Raul, just a couple questions to put those variances in context. You stated that it was a 60-foot perimeter setback was required for the buildings, a 50-foot landscaping buffer was required, and the sign was required to go back 30 feet.
That is correct.
Yes. Can you just testify as to the width of this property? I believe, just looking at the plans, the maximum it is about 65 feet, and it tapers to a smaller number, correct?
Right. So let me get, this is the survey. I hope everybody can see that. So we have it at its narrowest, which is fronting towards Avenue C, it's 50 feet right here. The length is 450 feet. So it does widen to 65 feet at some areas. But yeah, you know, really the workable area is mostly about 50 feet.
So compliance with those requirements would almost be impossible based on the size of this property.
That is correct.
Thank you. That's all I have for Mr. Cabato.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Cabato, the only question I have, there's only one entrance for this site, correct? Along Merritt Street? And
That is correct.
That's shared between the car wash and the service station, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's it for me. Anybody else?
Yes, I have 2 questions.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeffrey.
Okay, so the entrance is on Merritt Street. I guess the question would be, how would overflow be handled? Because if you're coming from Garfield Avenue, you obviously can't make a left into, well, you're not supposed to cross the double line. So obviously you're not supposed to make a left into the entrance. So that would mean everybody would have to come from Avenue C, if I'm not mistaken, and then exiting from the premise, you only can make a right. So at some point, wouldn't the exiting traffic conflict with the traffic trying to enter the premise to make the left onto the right from Avenue C onto Merritt Street to get into the entrance?
You know what? We actually have Mr. Klein, who is our traffic expert. So when he comes up next, he can respond to those questions.
Okay.
Jeffrey, anything else? Was that it?
No, those are my 2 questions. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Anybody else? Any questions for Mr. Cabato?
Yeah, I have a question for Mr.
Go ahead.
You're gonna take down the existing structure that's there. And then same as Commissioner Allen, when we come in through, when you built that property out, Conrail has that ramp that I am looking at in the picture right now that's going up. Are you gonna block that ramp from them from using their access to maintain whatever it is that they always have vehicles up there in?
No, sir. To begin with, the first part is we are going to leave the existing structure. We're not going to demolish it. Yeah. Yes. And then, as I stated earlier in my testimony, we are not passing. We're not developing past this access way. We are. We're not going to touch it. We're going to leave it alone. So if I show you the site plan.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
This is the access way right here.
That's the access road for Conrail.
That's correct.
Okay.
So everything we're doing is to the, I guess, to the east of it. And there's no development going on beyond that to the west.
How wide is the entrance into Marriott from Merritt into that area that you're going in? Just one car length?
Just one.
That cutout right there, yes.
Yes, it's a 10-foot, it's just a 10-foot curb cut.
And that's for the cars coming in and out that are gonna be serviced and for the car wash.
That's correct.
Okay. So when we
It's a
have a
one-way in?
backup, when we have a backup on the car wash, they will be staying on
I would imagine they would be on Merritt Street.
Yes. They will.
They would be, so there would be a new sidewalk here and,
So then you would be blocking that whole road right there. With cars waiting to get a car wash, right? Basically.
if there were to be a backup, yes.
Oh, there will be a
Well-
backup. Yeah.
Well,
Every car
Wait
wash you
for
go
Mr.
to. has-
Klein's testimony on that, but counsel,
Yeah,
is that a one-way into the site?
I'm going to let Mr. Klein discuss circulation, but one
Okay.
thing I want to make clear, and as far as the car wash, this is not a serviced car wash where people will be queuing and waiting for to pay, and then someone will drive the car, or they'll drive the car through, and then people with hand towels will be there to clean at the end. This is a totally automatic, self-used rollover car wash, which is permitted in this zone, which basically is, as someone is exiting after they've had their car serviced, they can run it through themselves, give it a quick spritz, and then they're out. So it's not a lengthy time that people would be using this car wash. It's not the standard one where people line up and wait for their turn to go through the machine. This is really just an accessory use to the site that can be utilized by people who are, picking up their car. Is that a correct way to categorize this, Mr. Cabato?
Yes, it is.
But didn't Mr. Cabato state that they will be servicing the cars that do with oil changes? Or am I
Correct.
mistaken on that?
That is correct, but those cars will be serviced within the bays in the two new structures that are going to be attached to the existing structure. Correct, Mr. Cabato?
That is correct. So as you enter the site, you turn right to get your car serviced, and you would park here. And if you were going to the car wash, you would turn left.
What
into the
happens
queue.
when these cars that go left come around, go through the car wash, and they come out the other end facing Avenue C? How do they get back to exit Merritt Street?
They would make a right on Avenue C.
Oh, they will make a right on Avenue C. Okay.
That's correct.
And again, Mr. Klein will go over the entire circulation pattern.
Plus the sidewalk and, okay, all right. Thank you very much.
All right, so Mr. Cabato, just to be clear, as we're looking at that, so you have the queue coming out of the car wash, going onto Avenue C. There's a single curb cut there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, it's an existing curb cut. And it's gonna be
Excuse me, Mr. Cabato, there is no existing curb cut there. The only thing that you have there is years of no curb at all. The buses used to drive into that spot. That's all you have.
okay. I'm just
For
referring-
years, buses used to go in there, and that's where they would stay, the Academy bus, and they would wait. But you would have none of that sidewalk over there. There's no sidewalk. There's no curb cuts because there is no sidewalk. It's just dirt, a dirt pavement. That's why the buses were able to go in through there. So the question, I guess, that the chairman's asking would be, are we gonna put a curb cut?
Yeah, my question is, and I understand Mr. Klein is going to testify as far as circulation goes, but there's going to be the curb cut for the car wash exit. There's no curb cut for the service exit, correct? That service exit goes back out to Merritt Street.
No, sir. I think you would be exiting out here also on Avenue C.
Chairman, I would really like to put these questions to Mr. Klein because I think he has, he can easily explain the circulation pattern as far as exits and entrances and what street all these cars are entering, exiting from.
Understood, counsel. And if you'll just give me one more from Mr. Cabato, how big is that curb cut on Avenue C?
Oh my.
Right now it shows, I think it's about 10 feet.
Okay. Okay, gotcha. So if anybody else has anything for Mr. Gabato, if not, let's move on to Mr. Klein.
Chairman, I just have two things real quick, and they're not for Mr. Cabato. They're actually directed to council. Council, we do not have a separate site plan with a civil engineer, just Mr. Klein in his capacity as an engineer. Obviously, I understand he holds multiple disciplines in engineering. And then you had said, and I'm not clear on this, the car wash can only be used by vehicles that are getting oil changes and such. It's not open to the public if I wanted to get a car wash.
You know what, I'm going to direct both of those questions actually at Mr. Cabato. Mr. Cabato, did we provide the necessary cut sheets here that's required by the checklist for civil plans?
Well, I don't have civil plans. It's not part of this drawing set. Also,
But Mr. Cabato, that's not what I asked you. I asked you, did we comply with all the requirements of the checklist?
yes.
Okay, yes. So the answer, council, is we do not have a separate set of plans prepared by a civil engineer. We did include all of the cut sheets that are required by the checklist, however.
Oh, and council, the reason I asked the question is because obviously there's a question by the board regarding curb cuts. And we're going to get into that to some degree, but.
Yes,
What about-
I understand that. And,
Okay.
and I believe that Mr. Klein is more than qualified to testify as to the plans.
I would imagine so.
Okay. And then I'm sorry, your second question was?
I'm just not clear about the car wash.
Sure. So Raul, correct me if I'm wrong. You've had more extensive conversations with the applicant about the use of the car wash than I have, but the intent is largely for people on site who are there for oil changes and to get their car serviced, for them to utilize it. But how it is open to the public, is that correct?
It is open to the public. Just some background. Originally, the owner wanted a larger car wash. He wanted a hand car wash, and with what happened, I mean, this project was conceived around 2019, and with everything else that went on, he decided to downscale, and just pretty much just do an automated car wash. It's not the primary function of this site. It's the service bays are. And so he just has that option that, hey, if you want to use the car wash, here's a quick car wash for you. But it is open to the public.
And to be clear, just from the ordinance, the type of car wash that the applicant originally conceived, which would be the hand wash and a more extensive system, is not permitted in this zone. However, the accessory use of an automatic rollover car wash, which is not really to service the main function of the site, is a permitted use here.
So council, again, Chairman, my comments were based on the board's comments and potential concerns of queuing. I just wanted to be clear that obviously it's going to be open to the public. There is no way that it's going to be able to be regulated or controlled in that regard. And we'll obviously hear Mr. Klein's testimony regarding that, but that was the whole purpose of my question, because I thought it was that you almost had to get an oil change, if you will, to use the car wash. I don't know how we'd even address that and enforce that and regulate that. To whatever degree that's beyond the board, it's beyond the board. But again, the comment was because of the questions about the queuing of the cars. So let's hear Mr. Klein's testimony, and I am sure he will address those as best that he can, and then the board can deliberate those issues.
Okay, thank you, council. So yeah, let's bring up Mr. Klein.
Good evening. How are you?
Good. How are you, Mr. Klein?
Good.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you state and spell your full name for the record?
My name is Lee, middle initial D as in Daniel, Klein, Klein.
Mr. Klein, good evening. We've qualified you in the past. Your license is current tonight?
License is current. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. You're qualified.
Thank you. So you want me to take it away, Tom?
Yes, please.
All right.
Let's
So I
obviously
pref-
focus on, the circulation, and there seems to be some concerns about the queuing, so please just go over that.
Sure. I prepared a traffic engineering evaluation report dated August 5th, 2021. And in that, I developed a trip generation summary of a car wash, one tunnel car wash, and two-bay quick lubrication vehicle shop. And that resulted in a trip generation of approximately 87 vehicles in the morning peak hour, 44 in, 43 out. That's for both the car wash and the oil change. And in the evening peak hour, approximately 26 vehicles entering, 25 vehicles exiting, for a total of 51 vehicle trips in the PM peak hour. When we looked at the site for circulation and queuing, I looked at the number of cars that could queue prior to the car wash, and that's 15 vehicles. And it takes approximately 90 seconds, a minute and a half, for each vehicle to be washed. So that's approximately 20 minutes for the 15th car to make it through the car wash. So it's a convenience type of a use. It's only washing exterior. You're not going to get a vacuum. They're not going to wipe your, do anything special to your windows or anything. So it's a convenience. Wash the road salt off in the winter, some mud and dirt and pollen in the spring and summer. So it's convenience. And if you need to wait, or you see the line is too long and you feel I'm not going to wait 20 minutes or more for a car wash, then you'll come back at another time. And to address the comment about crossing a double yellow line, in the Uniform Vehicle Code, making a left turn across a double yellow line, left turn across a double yellow line is permitted. Double yellow line is for no passing. So if you're driving in the same direction and you want to move over into the opposing traffic across a double yellow, pass somebody and come back, that's illegal. But making a left turn into driveways across a double yellow, perfectly legal. If there were to be breaks in a double yellow line at every driveway, it would be a skip double yellow line, and that wouldn't be what the purpose of that double yellow line is. So as I said before, as was said before, the entrance is on Merritt. That entrance is shared by the car wash vehicles and the oil change vehicles. You come in, and like Raul said, you either make a right if you're going to go in and get an oil change, stay to the left and go around the rotary to get in line for the car wash. And then, so I talked about the length of time it will take. And again, we're proposing right turn out only onto Avenue C. We don't want people crossing multiple lanes to make a left to go out Avenue C. So they're going to be making the right on Avenue C and then either a left or a right onto Merritt to exit. If they wanted to get their oil change first and then come back out, get back in line again for an oil change, they could do that same right turn out of Avenue C, right turn onto Merritt, and a right turn back into the site. So as far as queuing on the street, in my opinion, if I'm driving past a long queue, whether it's coffee, donut shop, Starbucks, Dunkin', any of those things, or other convenience items where I don't really need a car wash, I'd like to get one. And if the line is short, I will. I wouldn't wait in line. I'd come back at another time. And that's what we're thinking that people will be doing here. I write there's no vacuum cleaners at the site. It's the one-way circulation. And also the site has the ability for somebody that comes in that wants to either, pull into the angled parking space. If they want to leave, there's enough width there to be able to pass vehicles that are in line at the car wash. So the site provides good circulation. And that's it for my direct.
Mr. Klein, there were some questions about the size of the curb cuts and whether they would adequately handle the amount of traffic in and out of the sites. Can you just quickly testify as to that?
Yeah, I don't know, Raul, if you want to put up your screen again, but the 10-foot entrance driveway is adequate. Don't forget, they're one-way driveways, one way in off of Merritt, 10-foot wide, one way out onto Avenue C. So coming in 10-foot wide, a vehicle comes in and again, either goes to the right to get an oil change or park in one of those angled spaces or stays to the left to get in line for the car wash. When they're ready to leave, the person that's finished or their car is all dried and they're ready to get out, they will merge with anybody that's trying to leave the oil change bay and that also wants to leave. So you'll look to your right, other person will look to their left, one at a time, they'll exit on out the driveway onto Avenue C.
So they're both one-way entrances, and the intent is for someone to come in off of Merritt, leave from Avenue C.
That's correct. Yeah, there'll be
And
adequate signing for that.
And I believe we can make it a condition of approval that we will provide adequate signage showing that people are not meant to exit onto Merritt Street.
And not to enter off of Avenue C, correct?
Correct, yes. I have no more questions for Mr. Klein.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Klein, in your expert opinion, that exit onto Avenue C, do you see any conflict between the cars queuing up to leave the car wash and exiting the service area?
The exit is right at the stop bar, so I understand your point. But there's a traffic signal, I don't know, a few hundred feet towards Bayonne that creates gaps in the traffic. So when people start to queue up on Avenue C, either, I guess, probably waiting to make the right onto Merritt, that's where the vehicles that are exiting this site will have to wait for a courtesy gap or wait for that queue to clear out and the signal to create a gap for them.
Okay, yeah, my concern is that they're gonna queue up on that sidewalk.
Well, I mean,
Human
a
nature.
vehicle that's, yeah, I mean, a vehicle that's, it happens all throughout, not just Jersey City, but everywhere. When someone's trying to inch out to get their nose into traffic, yeah, inadvertently, they have to block that sidewalk temporarily. And in particular, usually pedestrians will walk around the rear end of your car and pass you on the property side as opposed to the street side.
I gotta tell you, I'm a walk around the front kind of guy. I want them to see me.
Okay. But no, I mean, I always tell my kids, get eye contact with that person, especially if they're making a right turn or something. You want to make sure they see you.
So counsel, would you accept a condition, some kind of signage on the edge of that property where those cars would queue up? Some kind of stop sign, an indication, not to block the sidewalk.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's it for me. I know there's a couple other questions and I'll open it up for the board. Anybody?
Oh, so my only question, good evening first, Mr. Klein.
Good evening, how are you?
I'm good. So my concern, because this is a pretty busy intersection on the weekends.
Yes.
I mean, you have people coming from Bayonne, going into Bayonne, yada, yada. I mean, you're the expert. You know the laws and all of that. I just assumed that you can't make a leftover double lines. I've never done it. I just thought it wasn't to be done. My concern, if you have traffic coming from Garfield, which would be, hold on a second, I believe, I don't see a compass on the plans, but
Garfield is to the east. Garfield
Avenue
is to the
I was
east.
going to guess the east, from the east, right? And they want to go in, make the left into the car wash. That's permitted.
Correct.
The problem I see, you see it around Jersey City with car washes all the time. You'll have some genius sitting right there trying to make a left, holding traffic up. Is there a way to put a sign up that says you can't make a left into the car wash? Because that even with the stop sign there, sometimes people don't understand a four-way stop sign. You'll have a guy sitting there for 2 minutes before he realizes he had the right of way 2 minutes ago to go. So, and that backs traffic up on Ocean and Gates and onto Garfield probably. The car wash is a great concept. I can see people utilizing it all day Saturday, all day Sunday, probably Friday too. Any possible way to get a no left turn sign there?
Mr. Klein, before you answer, I'll just throw in my 2 cents. Unfortunately, that wouldn't be up to us. That would be up to traffic and engineering and ultimately the city council.
Okay.
That said, I don't think we have any problem working with planning and engineering in order to propose that sign.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I think that would be a great idea.
That was my
Mr.
question.
Mr. Klein, do you have anything to add?
No, I mean, there is a U-turn. If you go west on Merritt past Garden Terrace, there is a U-turn actually, a loop there right before you get to Ruby Brown Place.
Yes.
So you could, if you really, if you wanted to get back to the car wash and make a right in, you could do that. So yeah, anybody coming in from Bayonne would make the right and right in. Anybody coming from Old Bergen, Ocean, Garfield would have to figure a way to come the other way, or would have to go around, make a U-turn and come back.
Okay, that was it. That was my question. Thank you.
All right.
This is Commissioner Torres. I wanted to also piggyback off of that because but it seems though when you come, if you're going north on Avenue C, and you make that right-hand turn, right? That half a block, that one section of a block is a one-way. I mean, a one lane.
Right.
Then it hits to Ocean Avenue and opens up into it right before Ocean Avenue. The other half of that opens up into a 2-lane, which the cars go left to Ocean or they go straight to Garfield on that street. So it's no markings on the street. It's just wide enough that cars go alongside each other on that other half. When the car's gonna make a left-hand turn to Ocean,
right,
you
Bergen.
stay on the right side, and on the right-hand side, you go straight to Garfield. Now we have cars queued up on that street, waiting to get into the car wash at the same time. I don't think people are gonna go another block west to do a U-turn, where we have a hard time making people stop on, when you're coming off of Ocean, there's a stop sign there, and most people don't stop. They just turn right, go up Avenue C, left Avenue C into Bayonne, so they can get onto Route 440. So I think if we could have, besides a sign, maybe talk to engineering or traffic, where they can mark that street clearly with the lines, because the lines on that street are non-existent. They're just, you just take the left-hand side or the right-hand side of the road because you know you're supposed to. I drive through that all the time, and every time we come through there, you're always 4 cars into the traffic. There's always cars ahead of you. There's always traffic on that one block going all the way to Garfield Avenue. You're never just driving as a lone car. There's always 2 or 3 cars ahead of you on that block. So I would think some markers on the street, the signage would help, and make it clear where the street opens up to a 2, where people are using it as a 2-lane. If we're gonna keep it that way, then let's mark the road that way so people know they stay on the left or they make a right, and that way the people that are sitting and waiting to go into the car wash realize that they're blocking traffic as they go into the car wash. Otherwise, there's no indication on that street that you are blocking traffic at all.
Commissioner, you are talking about the stretch of Merritt Street in front of the property. You would propose that it be striped accordingly to indicate right turns into our property or a straight arrow for a lane for people to continue on? Is that what you're essentially proposing?
Well, yeah, because if you're gonna put a sidewalk and then you're gonna have cars waiting to go in and make a right-hand turn, the other cars that want to go straight and not go to the car wash are gonna be going into the traffic that's going west. There's no markets there, so you're taking a 2-lane and having 3 lanes of cars.
Are you talking about the lane going west in front of Merritt, or the street going east in front of Merritt?
Okay, let's take it from, I'm going north on Avenue C and I make a right-hand turn onto Merritt.
Okay.
Okay, I want to get a car wash.
Right.
I pull over and I wait my turn to go into the driveway. That next car that's behind me that wants to keep going straight towards Garfield will be going into the lane that's going west towards Bayonne.
Okay, so to address that,
So-
Mr. Klein,
so-
again, maybe just outline again how many cars can queue and what their average time going through again, just to reinforce it. And then maybe just address the width of Merritt for and how someone would pilot through if there was any backup going in.
The traffic, Mr. Klein might agree with me. There is room to make the correct markers because half a block away, you have 2 lanes of cars on one street going east. They're going towards Garfield Avenue, either going straight or they're making a right-hand turn when it gets to that light. So the room is there for the markers on the street, but right now they're not clear. So it's nothing clear in that street. I know that's not up to, I'm just bringing the suggestion up. If we're gonna bring it to the client, to engineering and to traffic, that they mark those roads accordingly because it get very confusing there.
Well, for one, before I throw it over to Mr. Klein, we will be required to mill and pave when we put in the new sidewalks there. So we can definitely talk with engineering about what that new road's going to look like because it's going to be need to be repainted anyway. But other than that, I will defer to Mr. Klein.
Okay.
All right, so the width of Merritt, the eastbound lanes of Merritt. Yes, people do line up in 2 lanes, but it's not wide enough for 2 official lanes. It's probably 18, 19 feet wide. That'd be a 10 and a 9-foot wide lane. So I don't know that engineering would stripe it that way. However, most people know in that area, stay in the left lane if you're going to make the left on Old Bergen or Ocean, stay to the right to get away from those people. So what you're saying is if I turn the corner from Avenue C, heading east on Merritt, and I want to put my blinker on to make a right into the driveway here, somebody behind me is going to see my right blinker and going to have to get around
Into
me
the other
and then
side,
get back.
Into the other lane, yes.
Correct, right.
Right, and if there is more than 1 car station to go into the driveway for the car wash or for the lube, now you have a backup of cars going into the other lane. You see what I'm saying?
But no, you said something about 3 lanes. It's 1
It's
lane.
yes,
east-
it's 2 lane, but when you go there now, since there's no marking, you always have 3 lanes, three sets of cars, right? One going straight, one ready to make a turn, and the other one going west.
No, it's not wide enough for 3 cars abreast. No.
Okay.
It's wide
And
enough
for. As of right now, you'll have 3 cars on that 1 block.
Which block?
At the
Not-
entrance
not-
of.
not
at the
between
entrance of your
C and
curb
Old
cut.
Bergen.
One speaker, please.
At the entrance of your curb cut, if you're going east, there'll be 2 cars in that 1 lane. But at the same
Right.
time, there are cars going west.
Oh, yeah, okay, right. That's 2 different things. Okay, yeah.
That's when I get the 3 cars
Mr.
from.
Klein, he's accounting for the 3 cars being one going one direct, 2 going one direction and one. the
Right,
other.
okay, right. No, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I understand. So
Okay.
again, if I make the right onto from Avenue C onto Merritt and go eastbound, I put my right blinker on to turn into a driveway. Somebody either has to wait for me to finish my right turn, or they move over to their left and get past me.
Yes.
And we can agree as a condition of approval to work with engineering on all safety measures they would feel are appropriate to accommodate turns into the lane and any queuing. But I believe Mr. Klein testified that we can fit up to 15 cars queuing on the site at any one given time, and the amount of time within the car wash is very limited.
Correct.
Okay, good.
All right, thank you, Eddie.
That's all I have.
All right, anybody else from Mr. Klein?
No.
I'm sorry, can I just mention one more thing? I don't know, Tom, if you want to mention this. We did present this to Commissioner
Yes, I was.
Ridley. Yeah.
Yes, we met with Councilwoman Ridley
Councilwoman Ridley.
to review the plans. She did respond very positively because apparently this is a need in that part of the city. We didn't get much in the way of community input, even though she had put out flyers and a Facebook post, but she did receive some comments afterwards, all which were positive when she posted the plans onto her Facebook page.
Okay, thank you, guys. So council, if there's nothing else, I can open it up for public here.
That's the end of our testimony.
All right, thank you. So if anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hand. If you are calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand. Anybody from public, if you'd like to
Sure,
comment,
Steve.
please raise your hand.
Mr. Chair, seeing no public, I move to close the public.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Cam, are you handling this for Lindsay?
Yeah, I'm handling this for Lindsay tonight. All right, so looking at Lindsay's staff report dated April of this year, Mr. Lean, do you and your client agree to the conditions stated in Ms. Sigmund's report from April
We do.
2022?
We do, as well as any of those put on the record this evening.
Okay, so yes, that was a 7th condition, which I'm going to just all encompass. Traffic circulation and signage must be coordinated and finalized with the city traffic and engineering department prior to release of signature sets. So there needs to be a signage and traffic circulation element in stone prior to release of plans.
That condition is acceptable.
Okay, and then just as far as the planning testimony, planning staff sees these as classic C1 variances here due to the lot configuration. It's clearly an undersized lot for that zone. It's been underutilized and vacant for quite a long time, but has taken on uses that were basically renegade operations that were not permitted anyway. So this use would actually bring it into more closely conforming with what's permitted in that zone. And yes, the planning department staff feels that this would be an appropriate use and build out of this lot, with, of course, the conditions on record. And with that, planning staff recommends approval.
All right, thanks, Cam. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion at this time to approve case P21-053 as presented to the board here tonight.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Okay, Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
All right, Commissioner Allen.
This is a great concept and a great business. I can see it really taking off. I have faith that they'll get the traffic problem solved after a while. I vote aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
It's a great addition to Ward A, which is really needed. My vote is aye.
Commissioner Green,
I'm struggling with the traffic. I never seen a empty car wash on a nice sunny day, and I see problems. However, it would be good for that area there. I'm not sure if all the residents in that area really know or are aware of that, as far as the residents of Merritt and Ocean and Garfield, right in that immediate area. But I'm gonna vote aye.
all right, Commissioner Torres,
Yeah, that property is an eyesore. The bus company stopped using it. Cars do build up there anyway. I was gonna put a big no on this project, but if they could meet conditions number 7 for this project, then I would be willing to vote aye. I am fearful that we'll have a little traffic backup in that on that corner. But if they can meet the conditions from number 7 that staff has put forward just now, I have no problem in voting aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
all right, and Chairman Langston.
Yeah, I want to agree with Commissioner Torres. I don't think any of us has ever seen a car wash that didn't back up onto the street, and I have serious concerns about it. But again, if they're willing to meet that condition, I look forward to seeing the signature sets, and I'm going to vote aye.
Okay, motion carries, all in favor with conditions.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bridget, do you want to take 10 minutes before we move on? I think we might need a little bit of time on item 12.
That would be great.
Yeah, okay, so it's 7:08 right now. Let's come back at 7:18, everybody.
Chairman, just real quick before everybody jumps, Tim, are you on?
Yeah, I'm here.
Tim, I don't seem to have the notice for case 12.
Should be in there. Let me check on the
one that's on the portal doesn't have any dates filled in, and I don't have an affidavit.
all right, let me check my email. I'll forward you one
Thank you.
because I do have it.
All right, thank you. So we wasted a minute there. Let's come back at 7:19, everybody.
Thanks, Tim.
No problem. Sorry about that. For some reason, it didn't post. I don't know why.
No worries.
You have it. It's on there now anyway, and I sent you a copy, so.
All right, everybody, could we come to order again? All right, let's call item 12 on the agenda is case P22-029 is a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances for 35 to 43 Cottage Street.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley on behalf of the applicant. As noted before the break, this is a notice case. And it was carried from the last meeting, but I did renotice for this meeting because we picked up an error in the prior notice.
Thank you, Council Chairman. I am in receipt now of the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application at 35-43 Cottage Street here in the city. I've had the opportunity to review it during the break. All does appear to be in order. We can mark it as A1 for the record.
Thank you, Council.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So as noted on the agenda here, we are presenting tonight a new application for the property located at 35-43 Cottage Street. This property is located in the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan, and it is part of the Homestead Place pedestrian extension. This board has seen many applications with regard to that, and this property actually was before this board back in 2018, but not all of it. So tonight what you're seeing is an application that has added 2 parcels to the west. So we have lots 17, 18, and 19. So the land area before you is somewhat larger, and the amendments you'll see tonight have increased the number of units. So that triggers it as a new application and not a site plan amendment that was before this board. Just a little more background information. My client is the owner of lot 19 and the contract purchaser of 17 and 18. He expects to close within the next month on those and is the designated developer. And this was designed as the first phase of the Homestead extension. The reason it did not go first is that my client has been working with the synagogue and the rabbi as to their needs, because as part of this project, they're going to take the existing synagogue and put it back into a brand new synagogue and other amenities back into this building. So there has been a lot of dialogue and cooperation as to what their needs are, and that has brought us to today's application. And specifically, you see that the new design opens up to the Homestead Place extension. And that is a purposeful in that that area is going to be the synagogue's main area. And my client was trying to create a design where there was no columns coming down within that space. So by adding these two lots and reducing the height of that area of the project, he was able to complete that task. So with that said, we are asking for a few deviations that are typical of the projects you see along the Homestead extension, and they will be addressed later by our planner. I have 3 witnesses tonight. I have Chris Collins is our engineer, Paul Friedis is our architect, and then Miss Worstel is going to come back up if she still has her voice. But with that said, oh, and also just a note for the record, we are not asking for any signage approval as part of this application tonight. Tim and I talked about that, and there still needs to be some further review on what was being proposed. So we're gonna take that off, any consideration for approval, and we will come back to the board in the future for approval of any signage. So with that said, I'm going to start with Mr. Collins, who's up here.
Can you hear me?
Oh, now we can.
We can.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And state and spell your full name for the record.
Christopher Collins, Collins.
Mr. Collins, good evening. We've qualified you in the past. Your license is current tonight in New Jersey?
It is.
Okay, thanks. You're qualified.
Thanks.
And Mr. Collins is going to show you the plan tonight. We're going to mark this as an exhibit A2. The reason being that the sidewalk area was shown previously somewhat short of 8 feet. We did receive JC Engineering's comment letter that noted that we need a minimum of 8 feet, which we are going to provide.
Great.
And you updated that.
And council, just make sure that we get that into planning. And
We will.
Any signature sets, they're changed by then.
Absolutely.
Okay. So as Chuck mentioned, it's very similar to the previously approved building with the addition of lots 17 and 18. So as before, the Homestead walkway extension is provided on the east side of the site. It's about 20 feet in width. We're providing an 8-foot sidewalk on the Cottage Street frontage. And we are also indicating a 45-foot long loading zone on the south side of Cottage Street, and that will be subject to City Council approval, but that's intended for residential move-ins, move-outs, as well as drop-offs, Ubers, things like that. And I'll note that the exact finishes of the walkway are still being coordinated with the Division of City Planning and the Journal Square Neighborhood Association, and those will be the subject of a subsequent application that addresses the entire walkway. For stormwater management, we're providing a detention basin inside the building below the first floor. Stormwater discharge will exit into the combined sewer on Cottage Street. We're also providing permeable pavers in that walkway to help attenuate some of that stormwater runoff. And as far as other utilities are concerned, we are proposing to extend a water main from the block to the south through the Homestead walkway to connect to a water main that JCMUA is proposed to or has plans to upgrade in the near future. And so we're proposing to connect to that new main, and we'll be working closely with the MUA on that connection. And sanitary sewer service will be provided also on the Cottage Street side, discharging to the existing combined sewer. Electric service will also be provided on the Cottage Street side. We are providing 2 electric transformer rooms inside the building to receive that connection. And that'll most likely connect to the new conduit duct bank that PSE&G has installed in that Homestead extension as well. I think that's pretty much it for the site. Chuck, I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to highlight.
No, just to reiterate that what Mr. Collins pointed out with regard to the pedestrian walkway, that will come back to this board. I think that was noted in earlier applications. We have had meetings with the other property owners, 2129 Cottage and the proposed redeveloper of 701 Nork, along with the community and planning, and we are working on a design to bring back to this board.
Okay, thank you, Council. Yeah, I have no questions for Mr. Collins. Anybody else? All right, thank you, Mr. Collins. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, my next witness is Paul Freitas. Has he been promoted?
No, I'm looking for Paul now, and also, is Barbara Camacho part of your team?
No, it's Carolyn Worstel and Paul.
Gotcha. Okay.
We'll call Ms. Camacho during public comment.
Sorry.
Where is Paul?
Oh, there he is. Okay. Raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And state and spell your full name.
My name is Paul Freitas, Paul Freit as in Thomas, AS.
Thank you.
Mr. Freitas, good evening once again. Like Mr. Gabato, we have qualified you in the last 24 hours. Your license did not expire today, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified again.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Paul, if you could walk us through the project.
I certainly will. One moment, please. Can everyone see the title cover sheet?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
No? Okay, that's strange. Hold on, sorry. Oh. How about now?
A camping site.
Yes, we
Okay.
can.
Okay, great. So 35 Cottage Street. Basically, it's depicted by this gray area here. It's lots 17, 18, and 19 with Cottage Street and the Homestead extension. The lot is approximately 172 feet, 6 inches, oops, by 127 feet. The building's gross floor area is approximately 339,700 square feet, which is comprised of a number of dwelling units, specifically 216 studios, 264 studio alcoves, 72 one-bedroom apartments, and 24 three-bedroom apartments. Of the 339,000 square feet, we've got approximately 4,595 square feet of commercial space, 12,932 square feet of synagogue and assembly space, 6,900 square feet of office space, 9,800 square feet of educational space, and then 300,800 of residential area.
The building is approximately 200, well, it's proposed 293 feet high with a rooftop amenity at the top. This is an axonometric of the massing of the building with Cottage Street here. And here's the Homestead extension place. You'll notice a setback over here. Just going to walk through the floor plans briefly, just so you can get it, familiarize yourself with the building itself. The synagogue entrance is basically on the Homestead extension. This is the synagogue space to meet. And then we have a bunch of associated uses with a secondary entrance off of Cottage Street servicing the synagogue and its functions as well. You'll also notice that the synagogue and all the synagogue functions on the first floor and second floor are serviced by their own individual elevator. The residential entry is off of Cottage Street with the lobby and then the elevator servicing them. Transformer vaults are also situated on the Cottage Street frontage. Second floor is part and parcel of the synagogue social hall, a series of classrooms, a multi-purpose area, and a lunchroom with bathrooms and other amenities to service the use of the synagogue. Third floor is basically a small retail space, a series of smaller retail spaces, office space as well, and a large terrace that is overlooking the Homestead Place extension. And then our typical floor plan with bedrooms, studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms, kind of mixed within each floor. A rooftop plan with a residential amenity area, similar to what we've proposed in the past. And then the typical elevations for the building. The first floor is being proposed to be a limestone finish, a stone finish, with the upper stories becoming a metal panel that's a light beige with a tinge of gray to it. And we will have we can submit finishes at a later date if there's any issue with those finishes or that concept. Blow-up plan of both partial elevations of basically the entry to the secondary entry to the synagogue from Cottage Street, the transformer vault rooms, the residential entry, and then some signage, which we're not proposing today. And then, of course, the entry area to the synagogue and additionally retail areas. And then a basic study, which you guys can all look at, which shows the shadow of the building at different points of the year, according to the summer, winter solstices, and different times of the day. Does anyone have any questions?
All right, thank you, Mr. Freitas. Yeah, believe it or not, I have no questions.
No, I have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So this is a pretty narrow block. There's no parking. I didn't see anything, and there was a resident in the area who asked me about loading, whether or moving in, where that would happen. That's one. And then what about visitors? What about food deliveries, Uber Eats, things like that?
It is my understanding, and Dresner Robin kind of touched upon it, there's going to be a proposed loading zone here for drop-offs, move-ins, Ubers, that kind of pickup on the Cottage Street side right here.
Right, and so there's no parking required in the Journal Square redevelopment plan. So that's, we're not asking for relief from that. We do list a deviation for on-site loading, but after the programming of the office space bonus floors has been changed a little bit, we actually don't need a loading area either or anymore, because we're less than 10,000 square feet of office space. So as Paul noted, the proposal is to have it have a loading area in front of the project That was proposed as part of the initial approval as well. And similar 28 Cottage, which is catty corner across the street, also has a loading area provided in front of that building for the same purposes.
Okay, so that would be for moving and then for daily deliveries.
Correct. And the management team would coordinate move-ins, with scheduled move-ins. So you're not going to have random move-ins with people just pull up at their leisure.
So just one other thing is I understand parking is not required. We're looking upward of 500 units here, right?
That's right.
So it's a narrow block. I could tell you right now, I work with Councilman Bogiano. That block is notorious for getting tickets for people who park and so forth. People look for parking. And so how do you advise? I mean, a certain percentage of the residents here can have cars. Where are you, where's your client looking to direct those?
Well, I think they'd be directed to go south towards Journal Squared parking lot because the pedestrian plaza directly adjacent to this leads right to that garage. Or the, as I call the former ADP building on Kennedy Boulevard, is a short walk as well. So you have, two garages in the immediate area.
Thank you. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, anybody else for Mr. Freitas?
Yes, I have a quick question for. Is the design here, I mean, it's said that we gotta ask these type of questions. In the synagogue, safety wise, and in the school, access to that, let's do the synagogue, right? Access to the synagogue will be controlled in the building where other people from using the building for different areas would have a harder access getting into that area, or they'll be coming in from one entrance only. And then I do have the same question for the preschool, like the children, are they gonna have access? Are they gonna be able to, let's say if a kid walks away and has access to the upper floors or the amenity space, or does the people that are living on the upper floors have access to that area where the children are? Is there just to clarify that section?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Commissioner Torres. The circulation spaces between the synagogue and the rest of the residential building are discreetly separate from each other outside of egress. So if you're in the synagogue, you're in the synagogue, you're in those facilities with your own means of egress, with your own means of access, with your own security checkpoints. Same thing holds true for the residential portion of the building. Main entrance, you've got a doorman there. And access to the synagogue from the residential entry is not possible. It's really only the only time that would happen is if there was an emergency, and that would be for egress from the synagogue to use the additional fire stair within the building.
Okay. And the main one would be the same thing for the secure access into the preschool.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the preschool is it's all part and parcel of the same programmatic requirements. The synagogue and the preschool go hand in hand.
Okay, thank you very much.
And just to add, that is an issue that we've been discussing with the synagogue, and they, because they're adamant that they don't want Joe Public to have access to their floors, so that the elevators will be locked off, unless you have a swab or something like a hotel that allows you in on those floors. So it is a security issue that we have discussed, and we're going to make.
Well, with the restaurants and everything else in that building, it would only be a good thing to have some type of access, controlled access into the certain areas, with a mixed use like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Betty. Yeah, it's a shame we have to ask that question.
Yes, it is.
Chairman, can I ask one other question?
Sure, of course.
Council, I got a text from a guy who lives in that vicinity. In terms of windows, he's a little fearful that if they open, there might be a safety issue or a sanitary issue. The window is going to be, safe, open.
The
Paul,
windows,
Paul, do you want to address that?
I'm sorry. Yeah, so the windows can open, but you're only allowed a 4-inch opening because we don't want children falling out of the building. So that's a code requirement. So it's basically the size of a tennis ball. That's the operable portion of the window.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you. And Commissioner, if you could, if someone texts you, just have them ask that question during public testimony, that we shouldn't be fielding questions from the public on this side.
Fair enough. Good point.
All right, thank you. All right, anybody else?
No, I just have a statement.
Sure, go ahead.
A300 is not in my plans, the shadow study.
All right, do you want us to mark that as an A3 then?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Why don't we, I'll just mark the whole plan as A3?
That's fine, Council. We'll mark the entire set as A3. We'll note that that set includes sheet A300, the shadow study.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Appreciate it. All right, anybody else for Mr. Freitas? Okay, thank you, Mr. Freitas.
Thank you.
Okay, then I'd like to
Tomorrow, right? I won't see Mr. Freitas tomorrow anywhere.
Hey, I'm available if you need me.
Thanks, I
He's
appreciate it.
going camping, it looks like.
All right, is Miss Worstel still with us?
I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
The witness has been sworn previously.
Yeah, just for the record, Ms. Worstel has been sworn and qualified already tonight.
Great.
Okay, Caroline, take it away.
So we're here. There's two sort of bulk C deviations. The first is for the ground floor building height, and the second is for the maximum height of an enclosed amenity space. And then, as was just mentioned, the off-street loading, we've, reduced the square footage of the office space. So we're no longer required to provide it, but we are providing on-street loading, as was discussed. With regard to that ground floor height, the project is proposing a ground floor height of 18 feet, where a minimum of 20 feet is required for non-residential uses. And furthermore, there is another requirement where that a maximum of 12 feet is permitted for the ground floor within 30 feet of a rear yard lot line. Because our project is a corner lot with Homestead Place as the front, the official front, because it is the shorter side frontage. That means that if we were to provide a compliant first floor, we would have a 20-foot a first floor over at facing Homestead Place, and then it would have to shift down about 8 feet along the Cottage Street frontage to 12 feet. So what we're proposing here is a consistent 18-foot floor height, which has been appropriate for all of the uses on that ground floor height, including the worship space, retail and lobby spaces. And really, it allows for a coherent streetscape both on Cottage Street and Homestead Place, and will enhance the pedestrian experience on those frontages. Regarding the rooftop amenity height, we are proposing an enclosed rooftop amenity space with a height of 13 feet, where a maximum of 10 feet is permitted. The proposed amenity space is conforming with regard to setbacks and coverage, and we're proposing the additional height here to accommodate necessary structural and mechanical elements, so that while still leaving appropriate floor to ceiling height for the actual amenity space itself. If this amenity space was not within the Journal Square redevelopment plan and was just subject to the LDO, we would be permitted a maximum rooftop structure height of about 58 feet, which is 20% of the total building height. So it is compliant with what would be permitted elsewhere in the city. Overall, this project advances the purposes of municipal land use law. It's an appropriate use and development consistent with purpose A by providing an appropriate mixed-use building consistent with the intent of the redevelopment plan. The appropriate population densities and concentrations consistent with the character of the neighborhood, located in close proximity to Journal Square, consistent with purpose E. And it's promoting a more desirable visual environment through creative development techniques with the consistent ground floor height, which creates a better streetscape on both Homestead Place and Cottage Street, consistent with purpose I. Granting the deviations will not result in a substantial detriment to the general welfare. It will improve the properties by redeveloping them with a new mixed-use building consistent with redevelopment plan. It meets the setbacks and setback requirements, providing for light, air, and open space. And will also really enhance the pedestrian experience along Homestead Place extension. And furthermore, we're removing a number of existing curb cuts that exist on the property today. So that will also enhance the streetscape along Cottage Street. Granting the deviations will not result in a substantial detriment to the zoning ordinance and zoning plan. It promotes the purposes of the Home Place extension bonus by contributing to the creation of the public pedestrian connection, and the office space bonus by to help reestablish Journal Square as one of a great central business district. It also advances several purposes of the redevelopment plan, including Objective 15 to encourage private sector consolidate development parcels to allow for sufficient building setbacks, providing light and air to street and adjacent properties. And Objective 19, maintain and improve pedestrian access to the Journal Square pass stations for the surrounding communities. So overall, this project, meets the positive criteria. It's providing much greater benefits than the minimal detriments from the two variances requested, and it meets the negative criteria. And that concludes my testimony.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate it. And Mr. Freitas, if you could, please stop sharing your screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. How do I, where is that?
I really like it.
I know, it's a beautiful picture.
You got like a mirror in a mirror, right?
Hypnotizing.
It's up at the top of the screen. You should see like a little band, and there's like a little green and I think.
Yeah, it
red.
doesn't, for some reason, that's not showing me that. Oh, there it is. I see what's happening. Never mind. It's on my other screen. There you go. Sorry.
No worries. Okay, I have no questions for Ms. Worstel. Anybody else?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Worstel. Council, anything else you want to close?
No, that completes our presentation for tonight.
Okay, thank you. All right, so at this time, let's open it up for public comment. I see one hand raised already.
Morning, Barbara.
Hi, I apologize. I raised my hand because I had a procedural question. It isn't specific to this application. So I'm happy to ask it, but I'm happy to wait till later. I defer to you.
Does it refer to another application tonight?
Yes, it would actually refer to all applications.
Oh, okay. I'm interested then. What?
Oh, well, thank you. So the question I have is, can the public ask questions of the experts testifying at the time that they're testifying and then provide comments at the end?
No, it should just come through public comment. But you can, ask any questions of the experts at that time. What we normally try and do is get those questions listed and addressed so we don't eat into your time. Does that make sense?
How do I get them to you so it doesn't eat up my time?
During public comment.
So you would want me to ask all of the questions and you will remember them?
We can write them down. We can refer to the record.
Okay, excellent. And I sent an email to Tanya because there are a few documents on the application I want to speak on that are completely blocked out, that are relevant to the application. If someone could flag it for Tanya or Matt Ward, who's the planner on the case. And I'm so sorry to disturb you. I'll be quiet now. Sorry, Chuck.
No worries. No, we
No
always
worries.
appreciate your comments. Okay, anybody else from public? If you'd like to comment on this application, please raise your hand. And once again, if you're calling in and you want to comment on this application, please press *9 to raise your hand.
Mr. Chair, seeing no public, I move to close the public.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Public is closed. And Tim, do you have anything you want to add?
Just that the deviations requested were minor in nature, given the fact that the synagogue, which is an existing tenant on the site, was approved by the zoning officer to allow for the ground floor use in this situation, and also that what Ms. Bristol said about the rooftop amenity area, that it's pre-exist. I mean that most areas in the city would allow for this under the zoning requirements. Also that, since it wasn't brought up, but I'll bring it up anyway, that this project does not trigger the inclusionary zoning ordinance due to the fact that the deviations requested do not increase the overall residential space on the property. So just wanted to say that does not trigger that. Other than that, this was approved previously, and planning approves of the expansion of the development moving forward.
Okay, thanks, Tim. We appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion at this time to approve case P22-029 as presented to our board here tonight.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Vice Chair, Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
Commissioner Gongadin.
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
Aye.
Commissioner Allen.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Yeah, I'm gonna vote aye. The board is more than familiar with the Homestead Place extension. The deviations asked aren't out of the ordinary for that area right now. And I think this is gonna be a good addition. So I happily vote aye.
All in favor,
Thank you.
motion passes.
All right, thank you, everybody. On to item 13 is case P21-160 is a minor site plan for 278 Pacific Avenue.
All right, promoting Jeffrey Lewis and Thomas Lane.
Good evening, Commissioner. Jeff's getting up here. I'd just like to make sure that council is in receipt. My affidavit, I don't know if notice was required here, but we provided it anyway.
Thank you, counsel. I haven't received your affidavit of publication, proof of mailing. All does appear to be in order. We can mark it as A1 for the record.
Thank you. And for the record, Tom Lean of Connell Foley. The application before you this evening is located at 278 Pacific Avenue. It is in the Morris Canal redevelopment plan. This was a previous boarding house containing 10 individual units. They are not legal units, as it was a boarding house and there was shared common space. The proposal tonight is to change the configuration in the interior and the use of the building to a permitted residential use with 4 units, 1 on each floor. We are also providing various improvements to the property, including 4 parking spaces, which is required per the redevelopment plan. That will utilize an existing curb cut. Additionally, there will be improvements to the property, such as landscaping and code compliant access to the current basement, which will also be a permitted unit. We are not asking for any deviations this evening. And with that, I will ask that Jeffrey Lewis be promoted.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And just state and spell your full name for the record.
Jeffrey Lewis, Jeffrey Lewis.
Mr. Lewis, good evening. We've qualified you in the past. Your license is current tonight?
It is, yes.
Okay, thanks. You're qualified.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go right into this and share my drawing. All right. So we are talking about 278 Pacific Avenue here. As Tom mentioned, this is the conversion of a previous boarding house into a 4-family building. The unit breakdown, we have three bedroom, 3-bath units that are right around 1,500 square feet. And then one of the apartments is a 2-bedroom, 2.5 bath unit that's about 1,300 square feet. So these are nice sized, family sized units. We are on Pacific Avenue, fairly near Communipaw. On the left here, we have our existing site plan, and there's really only one thing I want to show here, and that's this raised wood deck in the back. And I'm only bringing your attention to that because we are removing that deck. You can see a photo of it here on the in the center of the drawing. So that will be gone. With that, I'm going to move on to the next sheet and show our proposed site plan on the left here. So as was mentioned, we have an existing curb cut and a shared driveway between our property and the property to what would be our left. We are going to utilize that driveway to provide access to our backyard where we're proposing parking for 4 automobiles. Besides that, we also had a goal to provide as much private outdoor space as we can on this property. So we have 2 yards, which are going to be dedicated, one to unit 1, one to unit number 2. We also added a sunken-in patio on the right side of the building, and this will also be accessed from the basement units of unit number 2, basement section of unit 2, excuse me. And then we're showing on here 2 new roof decks, which would be for unit number 3 and unit number 4, which are located on a lower 2-story roof of the existing building. The last thing I want to show on the site plan is we are proposing a new stair, which will go down to the basement in the front of the building. We're doing this to provide access to our utilities into our sprinkler room and our meters, and that we're going to provide some new planting in front of that stair to provide screening. Okay, and with that, I'm going to go to the floor plans. We are doing 4 units, however, they are all duplex units. So we have 2 apartments on the first floor, okay, which will have living space, mostly living space on the first floor and then bedrooms below. And then 2 apartments up on the second floor where the living space is mostly on the second floor with sleeping area above on the 3rd floor. So to get specific, the proposed plan is on the left side here for all of these drawings. There's a center entry to the building. On the right side, we have apartment number 1. We have an open living, dining, kitchen area with a stair down. Also has a door in the back going out to the backyard. And 1 bedroom, which is a ensuite bedroom with its own bathroom, and washer dryer is also on this floor for apartment number 1. Apartment number 2, very similar. We have open living, dining, kitchen area with a door out to the back and a stair going down to the sleeping areas. And then 1 bathroom, washer dryer, and 1 bedroom on this level. Now I'm just going to go backwards to our basement level. So unit number 1, the stair comes down at the back of the building. And what we have is one bedroom to the right, a shared bathroom, and then a master suite to the left with its own walk-in closet and a bathroom. And each of these bedrooms has 1 door, which goes out to the backyard. One of these doors is a door now, which we replace with a new door. The other is an existing window, which we will be stretching down and creating a new doorway. Looking at unit number 2, that stair comes down to this area in the center of the building towards the front. We have 2 bedrooms on the right side. Each of them are just 2 master suites, actually. Each of these bedrooms has their own bathroom and their own walk-in closet or walk-through closet in this case. And these 2 bedrooms are opening to the new sunken patio that we created on the right side of this building. And we took the 3 what were existing window openings and changed them into door openings. So this will provide better egress for these units to the outside. Moving on, the first floor, to get to the apartments 3 and 4, you would go up the center stair. Brings you to this landing in the dead center of the building. Unit number 3 is in the back of the building. So we have a large living, dining, kitchen area across the entire rear of the building. Then we have a washer dryer, a stair up to the top floor, a common bath, and 1 bedroom on this floor. And then for unit number 4, this is actually this is the 2-bedroom unit. The second floor only has a living, dining, kitchen area, a stair up to the 3rd floor, and a half bath. Now looking at the 3rd floor plan, we'll go to unit number 3, which comes up the stair here and goes down this hallway. We have 1 shared bathroom, a bedroom here, and then at the end of the hall, we have a master suite with its own bathroom. And then lastly, on this floor, we also have a new door which goes out to a private roof deck, which is built on top of that lower 2nd floor, 2-story roof, excuse me. Regarding apartment number 4, the 2-bedroom apartment, you would come up the stair to here and you have 2 bedrooms, one of which, again, in the front is an ensuite bedroom. We have the washer dryer on this floor for this unit, a shared bathroom, and then again, a new door out to that new roof deck built on top of the existing roof. Now looking at the building elevations, here we're showing the left side and the front elevation. And what I want to emphasize to the beginning is we're not adding anything to this building. We're taking away that deck in the back, but we're not adding any square footage to the building itself. So mostly what we're doing to this building is restoring, repairing, and painting what needs to be painted. So we're not adding anything new for the most part. I'll point out what is new, a few things. But so when I say restoring and repairing, I mean the stone foundations, all the brickwork, the trim work, the roof, the window lintels, the windows themselves, the front door. All of this is going to be restored and repaired as needed. What is new, and let me start with that. On the front and the side elevation, what you can see that's new are these roof decks. So you can see it here from the front elevation, and then you can see the 2 of them on the side. And I hope what you can see from the side is that it is fairly set back from the face of the roof itself so that we're hiding it from the street level as much as we can. We're also showing one of the new doors that we're proposing. This is going out to the roof deck. And we have an example of that door up at the top here. It's a mostly glass door, and what's not glass is painted black. This black color is what we're going to be painting the existing windows and the existing door that we're restoring. And then this Fairmont green color will be what we're using to paint all of the wood trim work and any gutters and leaders that we have. We're also, show it here, we also have this detail, which is a 36-inch high aluminum rail, which is painted black, and that's for all of the balconies. Here we're showing the the right side elevation and the rear elevation. So on the left side, this is that sunken patio that I discussed. And we're showing here, we have a gray landscape block wall, which we're going to be using to build that retaining wall. And that will have, again, that same aluminum railing on top of it. And looking at the rear elevation, as I mentioned, we are removing that wood deck and replacing it with these smaller stair landings with stairs going down, one from each unit on the 1st floor, and then one coming up from each unit from the bedrooms, I mean, not from each unit, but from the 2 bedrooms in the back in the basement level. And actually, this is pretty short. That's actually the conclusion of my presentation. Thanks for your time. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. But this is pretty, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. We appreciate it. I have no questions for Mr. Lewis. Anybody else?
I just have one.
Sure. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Good evening, Mr. Lewis.
Hi.
I think I'm looking at this right. In the basement, A100.
Yeah, let me bring it back up. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go on. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, excuse me. The bathroom is on the other side of the walk-in closet. So the bathroom and the closet is in between the bathroom and the master bedroom, correct?
Here.
Okay.
And here. We do have 2 that are kind of, just 2 that are walk-through closets, not actually walk-in closets. Yeah.
No, I just wanted to make sure I was looking at it right, because that's just a neat concept. Come out the bathroom, get dressed, go out the bedroom, and go to work. Okay, no, that's all. I just wanted to make sure I was looking at it.
Yep. Yeah, my parents actually have it in their house in South Carolina. It works pretty nicely.
Yes, yes, okay.
If you keep a neat closet.
Oh, yeah, well, that's another story.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
You're
thanks. All right, anybody else for Mr. Lewis? Okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
And with that, I have no other testimony. All I would say is that we are bringing this building into compliance with the permitted use and rehabbing it and meeting all the zoning requirements.
All right, thank you, council. All right, so let's open it up for public comment. We have Ms. Lopez back. Thanks for hanging in there. And anybody else, if you'd like to comment on this application, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
One
And,
hand.
Hello.
hello, how are you? And let's let the record show that Ms. Lopez was sworn in earlier and is still under oath. Go
I
ahead.
just have one question.
Sure, we have 3 minutes for you.
Right. Just one question. So we do have a shared driveway with 278. So I just want to know if there's going to be any problems with like construction or anything. Because we do use it in the morning, at night, the driveway to like park the car in the backyard.
Right. So like you said, it's a shared driveway. We would be probably using it during construction, but we can't leave anything on it because it's a shared driveway. It's for both of us. So we wouldn't leave anything on the driveway. It'll always be clear.
Always be good. Okay. That was my only question.
All right, thanks for hanging in there, Ms. Lopez. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, I see another hand raised. Once again, anybody that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Joanne Terrell has declined, but I'm gonna try one more time. Sometimes people, okay, now they accepted. Okay.
Okay.
Hello?
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Let's just get you sworn in and we'll have 3 minutes for comment.
Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And if you could state and spell your name for the record?
First name Joan, Joan. Last name Terrell, Terrell.
Ms. Terrell, thanks for hanging in there for us. We have 3 minutes for you.
Okay. Several times during the presentation, gentlemen mentioned shared bathrooms. What exactly does that mean?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just a common bath for the apartment that anyone could use. Just for the apartment. It's not in the actual bedroom. It's just in the common. It's just a regular bathroom.
Okay, but there's so many of them. Is there a reason
Yeah, each apartment. Well, each of the 3-bedroom apartments has 3 bathrooms.
Right. So in addition to the individual bathrooms in the individual units, you have shared bathrooms on the outside of those units?
No, ma'am. I misspoke. I shouldn't have used the word shared. So each apartment usually has some bathrooms that are, in the master suite, and then some bathrooms that are just off the hallway or whatever. That's what I meant by shared. I shouldn't have used the word shared though.
Okay. Second question was, you mentioned basement units. So
it's actually go ahead, I'm sorry.
So there are apartments that are in the basement, or what you're calling the basement? Is that legal in Jersey City?
Yes, so what we have is actually, we have 2 split level apartments. So we have 2 apartments that have most of their living space on the first floor, and then each of them have 2 bedrooms in the basement level. But we do have full height windows. It's actually not, it's a basement because more than half of it is above ground, and we are allowed to do apartments in those. And we're dropping down that sunken patio is making it so those, the 2 bedrooms to the right side that are in the basement, you actually walk right out into a patio. So you're not, it doesn't feel like a basement. And then it's the same in the back where we have the 2 bedrooms in the back in the basement. We provided doors out with some stairs going up. So they all have direct access to the outside.
Mr.
Okay.
Lewis, would it be fair to classify these units as garden style apartments, given that they are habitable spaces and you're using basement basically because that's the definition term that's in the LDO, correct?
That's right. Garden style would be the fancy way to say it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. L.
you.
Appreciate it. All right, once again, I see one more hand raised. If anybody wants to comment on this application, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Cameron, are you promoting?
Yeah, it takes a while. I don't know why. And for whatever reason, people always decline the first promotion and then they accept the second. So Morris Canal has now accepted.
Morris Canal, you're on mute. There we go.
Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Jones. Are you able to turn your video on?
Yeah, I can. How are you?
Okay, we got you.
Yeah, okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And your full name for the record?
My name is June, as in next month. Last name Jones.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
Good evening. So we saw the project. It was presented to the community, and there was no major complaints on the project. I certainly feel that it's a better project than the previous project that was presented at this site. My concern overall is right now we have major construction on Pacific Avenue. If anybody ever drove down there recently with the Spinello group working in the sewers, it's horrible. So we need it. We've been waiting for this a long time to separate our sewers and water stream. That's not the complaint. The issue is that once they finish that major work and all of the painstaking grief and dust that we've had to inhale and stuff like that, when they pave the street, we'd like to see it paved. My question is, one, when is the project scheduled to start? And two, if there would be some coordination with the underground connections of the waters and anything else underground so that we don't pave our lovely streets and come back and do it again.
Yeah, Jeff, so you can probably speak to the water connection issue. What I would say is that the majority of the work at this site is interior to the building. And we are making improvements to the property, but I would not classify this as a major construction project. So it's not going to be something where there's demolition and a lot of trucks hauling things away. The majority of the work is really interior to the project to make it a conforming use. Jeff, do you want to comment just on any connection issues that you think might arise from the proposed improvements?
Sure. Well, actually the building sewer line is existing to remain as long as once we video it, just to make sure that it is in decent shape. And that would actually help a lot because the water and gas lines, while they are new, the water and the gas lines in the street are actually very close to the curb. So, I mean, hopefully, ideally, we would do this either when it's getting paved or before it's getting paved. But I would say even if we don't, it's going to be a very small piece that's going to be cut up. We're not going to be cutting all the way across the street or anything like that. I mean, obviously, I'm sure we're going to try to start construction as soon as we can and do the utility work as quickly as possible, knowing that the street would be paved soon. But they don't wait for us. So we'll do it as fast as we can, I think is the right answer.
That's the problem. Nobody waits for anybody, and we often have a
I
lot
know.
of opening and closing, and then it's a mess in the end. It might be a good opportunity to coordinate schedules at this time. That's all. Simple solution. I mean,
Right.
it's not as simple as
Yep.
simple, but it's not rocket science either.
Right.
And-
Well, again,
and
I
know
think
that-
our goal is let's try to do that right away because they're not going to wait either way. They're not going to, we can try to coordinate with them, but they're not going to wait for us. Right? Would you agree, Tom?
Yeah, and I know the developer is listening, so he's aware of this issue, and I will speak to him about coordinating with the other developments on the block.
Yeah, and right now what they're doing is they're actually putting water lines into the individual homes. This might be a good time to consult too, to make sure that what is being inserted is adequate for your project. That's all.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jones. We appreciate it. All right, anybody else, if you'd like to comment on this application, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Mr. Chair, I see no more public. I move to close.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Public is closed. Matt, this is yours. Anything you want to add?
Matt has the next one also on Pacific.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong Pacific.
No worries. Okay. So there was some mention of basement units and, I just want to clarify in the redevelopment plan, Morris Canal redevelopment plan, specifically, it calls out the permission of the basement unit to exist as long as it meets all building code and construction code procedures. So I just wanted to firstly state that. Secondly, just anecdotal, this applicant has really dotted all their I's, crossed all their T's. This also went through historic preservation review comments. So there was also that element to this project. Not much else to say really, other than, Mr. Lean, does your client agree to the staff report dated today's date on the portal?
Yes, I reviewed it, and we can agree to the conditions.
Okay, and with that, planning staff recommends approval.
Okay, thanks, Cam.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P21-160 as presented to us here tonight.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval.
All right, Vice Chair, Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
All right, Commissioner Allen.
Sorry, aye.
Okay. Commissioner Gangadin.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries all in favor with conditions.
Okay, thank you, everybody. All right, let's move on to item
Thanks,
14.
everyone.
Thank you. Let's move on to 14 is case P22-022 is a final major site plan amendment for 328 Pacific Ave.
Again, for the record, Tom Lean, this is a notice case. I would just ask that council has received and reviewed my affidavit.
Thank you, council. I received the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application at 328 Pacific Avenue here in the city. All does appear to be in order. We can mark that as A1 for the record.
Thank you. The application before you tonight are amendments to the previously approved rehabilitation at 328 Pacific Avenue. That is the former St. John's AME Church. The approval was for 36 units as well as historic rehabilitation of the existing building. Tonight, we are proposing some changes, particularly as it relates to the unit count and the interior configuration of the building. While doing work and replacing the roof, we realized that there was some habitable space in the roof area that we're going to be taking advantage of. We're increasing the unit count from 36 units to 42. That's less than the 20% that will require a new application. Of those two units proposed, there will be 2 affordable units that we are now adding into this project. Other than that, there are some changes to the facade, including the previously approved roof deck and the previously approved skylights in the roof. I do have Mr. Dennis DeVino here this evening to quickly run us through the changes, but none of the changes to the density, the floor count, or any of the other improvements tonight require any deviations, and the building will conform to the requirements of the redevelopment plan.
All right, thank you, council. And let's just have Mr. Davino focus on those changes. Let's not, rehash anything that was covered in a previous approval.
Thank you. Yep.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And just state and spell your name for the record.
Dennis Michael DeVino, DEVINO.
Mr. Davino, good evening. Your license is still current tonight?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. You're qualified.
Thank you. All right. Well, as Mr. Lean opened up with, is that we had an opportunity to get 6 additional units. That was due to the fact that we thought we would be able to salvage the existing roof structure. When we got up to the 3rd floor with our framing of the church side, we realized that one truss actually failed, and we realized when we got up there that the other trusses were couldn't have been salvaged. They were badly deteriorated, and it made us essentially had to redesign the roof structure. We now have same exact roof pitch, same exact location. We just have a different structural component. The new structure did allow us additional volume that we didn't have before, and we felt that it was a good opportunity to take advantage of that volume that was initially an attic space and is now can be used as living space. So I'll go share the screen and I'll go through the individual sheets. There's a total of 11 sheets that we're presenting here tonight. The main issue really is the 6 units. We basically, what initially had the 3rd floor as duplexes. The 3rd floor is now identical to the 2nd floor, and the 4th floor is now a duplex into the former attic space. So let me see if I can figure the share screen out again. Any luck?
None yet. We don't.
Not yet. Well, maybe give it a second. How about now?
No, we can just see them in your glasses.
Yeah, I hit that already.
All right. Now, where's the PDF? Did you close it again?
No, it's right here.
No. Open it first.
I did.
Okay, now go to the Zoom.
Where?
Go to the Zoom call. There.
Ah.
Click that. Bring it up. Apologies.
Give me a second. One of these days I'll figure this out.
It's not showing up.
While they're figuring that out, Matt, did you want to raise your hand so I can swear you in since we did not, you weren't here before? Matt Ward.
Yes, thank you.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I should have asked you that first.
There we go. Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, we got it.
Thank you. All right, Tom, Mr. Lean, did you bring in those 5 exhibits?
So prior to us opening this application up, I did send Mr. Ward some amended pages that were inserted into this plan. But because it was not part of the public's access to the application documents, we should mark this as an exhibit.
Yeah.
Mark it as A2 and then just resubmit that entire exhibit.
Okay.
Will do.
All right. Well, okay, so beginning with the cover sheet, this dark bar that you see in the middle of the pages, that separates the approved, which is the section on the top, and the proposed, which is that section on the bottom. So as we go through the 11 sheets, you'll see the dark bar that'll separate the two. As the cover sheet, essentially it was basically data information and revising the unit count. As you can see, what's bubbled here is now the third floor square footages have gotten less because they're identical to the second floor. And then the fourth floor, which we now have a fourth floor, is added to the bottom. So the total gross living space has changed, and that is the change by adding the units. You'll see some of these other bubbles as we go on, which were really essentially responses to Mr. Ward's planning comments. There aren't actual changes, but they were. We did bubble those because they were in the planning comment sheet. The second sheet is really where we're making an adjustment, requesting an adjustment to some windows in the basement. You know, as you go through the design development of a project, you kind of realize that, you know, you have some other opportunities that you didn't get a chance, you didn't identify during the preliminary design phase or even the final design phase. It really has an opportunity to do some minor adjustments to make the living spaces a little bit more livable or desirable. The changes we're proposing are in the front facade. You'll see a window well here and a window well there. Those windows are going to stay at the height they are because there is a blue stone that creates the windowsill, which we didn't realize because there was some construction backfill up against them. We looked at them actually again today, and that's what kind of prompted one of the changes in our sheets, is that we have no intentions on lowering this window or this window, which flank the main entrances. What we would like to do is create a basement window at this location and that location with a window well in order to bring additional light and air into those basement units in this location and in that location. As to the rear addition, the 12 units that are still being proposed facing Whiten Street, you can see we just made a couple of adjustments on the layouts of the basement. It's not a major issue, but the one change we did make, of course, is that because we have 6 more units, we need 3 more bicycle spots. So we have the bicycle room that's in the basement on the Whiten Street side will just house an additional 3 more bikes. The next sheet is, let's see. Oh, yeah. Is the third floor. Again, the original design had, if you notice, they have duplex. The third floor had duplexes. You see these stairwells that are the stairways that are in the individual 6 units on the third floor that led to the attic 4th floor duplex, if you want, or 3rd floor duplex. So the 3rd floor, again, is not going to have any of the stairs. It's just going to be identical to the 2nd floor. So that's the change on the 3rd floor. On the 4th floor is, again, where the additional 6 units have come about. You can see now the 4th floor they have individual stairs. This particular one has a spiral stair. And then the other change on this particular plan is that we have made an adjustment to the roof deck that's above the Whiten Street side. We initially had some green roof in this location. So we realized again during the design development that we needed a second means of egress off of that roof deck. So we created the second means at this location here, which had to essentially adjust the condensers that were on the roof. And we made a design adjustment to the size of the roof deck, the location of the condensers, and where the location of the green space. I think what's important to note is that the roof deck got slightly smaller and the green space got slightly larger. So I think that's an important note. As to the location of skylights, And the fourth floor duplexes, again, you see the approved attic was basically just a wide open attic. So now that fourth floor duplex, which was now in the attic space, is becoming, you can see the stairs that comes up from the fourth floor, and it will become a duplex unit. We haven't laid these spaces out yet. We may slightly adjust putting bedrooms up here or living rooms, which we're making a decision now on what's the best layout. What's important is that we want to maintain as much 16-foot ceilings as we can. These are going to be really attractive units because we're able to open up this space, these spaces here, to the all the way up to like essentially 16.5 feet high. So these are be very desirable units. So the change to the roof plan basically is the number and location of skylights. Skylights were adjusted based on the new design of the fourth floor and the fourth floor second floor duplex. So these are the new adjustments of the skylights. And here you see on sheet ZA7, this was the approved blocking section of the upper floor of the church of the Pacific Avenue side. And you can see this, you can see a larger attic space. And then you can kind of understand now what's happening with that additional fourth floor duplex and the volume of space we're now creating. As to the front elevation, again, I think we'll go back to that request to add some windows in the basement and some areaways. I wanted to point out, and this was a change that we made, that we submitted as an exhibit. These windows initially went all the way down. We realized again that there is a piece of bluestone, and these windows will stay the size that they are right now. We do not want to cut into or disrupt the existing stone that's on the face of the building. This side, however, is all just a brick foundation. So we didn't see that we were changing the facade that much by just opening up additional penetrations to get more light and air. This photo here was requested by Mr. Ward. He wanted to have a better understanding of how far the original design, the original approval is actually allowing us to bring this window and this window down a little bit. So Mr. Ward wanted us to address exactly how far we were bringing that window down. We're taking the existing stone sill and bringing it 2 courses above the brick corbelling. So we put this photo on the sheet and a detail of the existing brick detailing. So you know, Matt and I can be on the same page on what we're actually removing and what we're keeping. To the side elevations really is just the two north and south elevation where we are. We have about a 5.5, 5'8" setback and 5'2" setback on the sides of the church. And so we were proposing that we add some P-tacks to the underside of these windows. You can see them here as the change. And then you could also see the change in the skylights in these side elevations. So again, approved and proposed, and that's the same on both north and south facades. And then Mr. Ward asked that we put this in the set so the board has an understanding of all the restoration that is being done to the facade of the existing structure. We have not had an opportunity yet to uncover this stucco that is on the north tower to see if the brick is salvageable, but that's pending, and we hope it is. So that's the end of my presentation. Hopefully, it was clear.
Yes. The only question, I don't think I heard you mention it. You're creating 2 affordable units in the building?
Yeah, Mr. Lean mentioned that what the 6 additional units we don't know exactly what units they will be, but there will be 2 affordable units in the building now. Before there were none.
Okay. Excellent.
And I can provide a little bit more context on that. They will both be moderate affordable units. Matt can give a little color to his discussions with the affordable housing unit. We have agreed to a 1-bedroom and a 2-bedroom. And Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, but essentially the affordable housing unit basically said, because we are doing this voluntarily, we can work with them to figure out where those units are going to be in the building, as well as we can commit to the 2 moderate units.
Correct. There's going to be some portions of Chapter 188, which oversees the requirements of affordable housing on site. They're going to be exempt from some of those provisions because they're volunteering to do these affordable units. Other provisions will apply, like the marketing provisions and some other provisions.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Council, the only thing I ask, I always have a standard condition that I personally want in there, and that's that these units, the affordable units, are constructed with the same materials. The interiors are the same. There's no differentiation between that unit and the market rate unit.
Absolutely, we can agree to that condition.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, any other questions for Mr. Davino? All right, thank you, sir. We appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you.
And can you, see, you got the stop sharing this.
I got that one. That's easy. Big red block on the top of the sheet. Can't miss that one.
All right, council, anything else?
That is all. Mr. Davino was my only witness.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, let's open it up for public comment. If you are calling in, press *9 to raise your hand. If you'd like to comment, just please raise your hand. I see one up already.
Promoted Galaxy.
Great. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And please state and spell your name.
Jerome Choice, Jerome, last name Choice, Choice.
Mr. Choice, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
Yes, I'm calling in to congratulate Davino and this project, and also to state to the planning record how he has been so instrumental in saving and documenting the historical articles of this church. A lot of people don't know, but this church is connected to the Underground Railroad, and he was able, with his expertise with the developer and also the foreman, to salvage and to hold and store the information that we need and articles in order to prove that. Also, he's willing to use his expertise for signage about the church and how its owner and was a major builder whose ship was used by the Union Army, by General Grant, and also in the defense for our Union. I cannot express the gratitude that I have for him, for him, the developer, and the foreman, who was instrumental in making sure that we preserve this church and also the articles of this church that would help to establish it as a historic church, but not only that, as one of the stops on the Underground Railroad. I thank him again. I just cannot thank him enough. And I just wanted to let the planning board know how they have engaged the citizens of Lafayette and of this community in their development and reconstruction of this church. That's all.
All right, thank you, Mr. Choice. We appreciate those comments. All right, once again, we're in public comment. If you'd like to comment, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand on this application.
Promoted Joan, but they declined, so I'm promoting them again because I think people decline. There we go. Now they're accepting. Yep.
Okay. And just for the record, Ms. Terrell has been sworn in already tonight and is still under oath.
Can you hear me?
We can. Ms. Terrell, can you turn your camera on?
Okay, give me a minute.
Sure.
There I go.
Appreciate it. Thank you. And once again, for the record, you have been sworn in already tonight and you are still under oath.
Okay.
All right.
I
Thank you.
want-
We have 3 minutes for you.
I wanted to thank Mr. Choice for those comments. There were some of the same comments I was going to make. Since this was an AME church, I was wondering if Mr. Davino had come across any documents or had done any research on the background of the church. So,
Well, most of the research we did initially when when we got the approvals, but honestly, most of my knowledge has come from Mr. Choice and Chris. We've been working together, and I've been getting a lot of information from them, so, which is very helpful. And working together with them and the developer, I think we're going to be we're looking at putting signage out. We have opportunities for a mural. So I think there's still a lot to do and still, much work to come. But most of my knowledge has come from historic.
okay. One of the other questions was, will there be a sign outside similar to the one that's in front of the Holden House on Clifton Street, which documented that property as part of the Underground Railroad?
Well, we had a meeting, I guess 2 or 3 weeks ago now, and we've identified a sign location and the approximate size of the sign. We haven't decided on the actual verbiage yet, but that's to come. I'm not 100% sure what that particular sign indicates or identifies, but we are working with Jerome and Chris to come up with the proper verbiage.
Okay,
We
thank
have intentions on putting it on the fence. I think we agreed that we were going to put it on the right side. As you're facing the building, it'll be on the right side of when the gates and the fence go back up, that it'll be mounted to the bolted to the fence.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Terrell. We appreciate it. All right. I see one more hand raised. Once again, if you'd like to comment on this application, please raise your hand. If you were calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Promoted June Jones.
And just let the record show that Ms. Jones has been sworn in already and is still under oath.
Hi, it's me again.
Ms. Jones, we have 3 minutes for you.
I just wanted to expound on the process. I mean, there's 42 units here now. Initially, there was none. Certainly would like to see more affordable in the units, but I have to commend the developer, Mr. Davino. He's been very instrumental. It's amazing how some people you can work with and understand the sentiments of a neighborhood, especially Lafayette, that has such a rich African-American history, the oldest African-American community in the state of New Jersey. This church, when he learned about the history and the passion that we expressed, we asked for affordable. He actually agreed to go back and do some pencil work to make it work. It helped that Mr. Davino was very helpful in sharing those sentiments. So I just wanted to say thank you, because this is a pure example of how community and development works. And coming into our neighborhood, a neighborhood that so many people have lived for so long and invested in, and have vested in with blood, sweat, and tears, to know that someone cares enough to not wipe it away, but to help contribute and outline the history, I think needs to be commended. Jerome has been our local historian. He literally knows some of the people that know some of the people that knew some of the people that were our ancestors. Harriet Tubman, this would be her 200th year for her birthday, had she lived, of course. And we're celebrating her with Juneteenth in the African culture of the Juneteenth celebration in Liberty State, Berry Lane Park, which is also in the Lafayette neighborhood. So it all comes full circle. This is a wonderful time to highlight this particular project and the attitude that we hope will promote some change in people not wanting to do affordability, bringing it in. Harriet Tubman, I mean, it would literally be a shame if we had no affordable units in a building that was once the last stop of Harriet Tubman here in Jersey City. So I just want to say thank you to the developer. I want to say thank you to you. Dennis, you've been remarkable, not only on this project, but on other projects, in bringing community input, the importance of it. And also John Gomez, who is also a well-known historian in our neighborhood. Of course, Jerome, who really highlight and push this up front, and Chris Perez, who's worked with the historic preservation. Morris Canal, of course, that made this happen with the putting together of them documenting it and videotaping it for people to see in the future.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jones. That was your 3 minutes. We appreciate your comments.
301. Good night, thank you.
Have a good night, enjoy. All right, anybody else, if you'd like to comment on this application, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Mr. Chair, I see no public. I move to close.
Okay.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Matt, do you want to wrap us up?
Yes, thank you, commissioners. So I think Mr. Davino did a good job of going through some of the amendments of this in the scope of this project. I just wanted to bring up a couple things or just clarify a couple things. So one, there's still some rehab work yet to be explored, like the stucco tower, and there's been some materials removed. Just want to put on the record or get on the record that those materials are stored, such as the door transoms and the fencing along Pacific, if those are stored elsewhere and ready to be installed when the time comes.
Yes. Well, again, that is was part of the meeting that we had with Jerome and Chris of where those elements will go, and what they will be. So
I'm talking about the wood transoms that were removed.
Yes. Well, we submitted those, right? We submitted those shop drawings, which indicate basically that those former transoms on the east, north, and south side are in the process of being restored, and there'll be a new transom over the center door that will emulate the diamond pattern. So I apologize. I got a text message just when you were finishing up. Sorry about that.
And the cast iron fencing.
Which one, Matt?
And the fencing that's been
the cast iron fencing. If we can't repair it, it will have to be replaced. I mean, it was the cast iron fencing was drilled into the existing stone curb, if you will. So when that had to be removed, the stone had to be removed. So I think the cast iron fence will end up having to be duplicated. I'm not sure it was salvageable when they had to remove it off the stone. So, but I will have to get back to you on that. From what I recall, I know they had an issue trying to remove it out of the stone. So let me see what kind of condition is in. And if it's, again, if it's not, if it wasn't salvageable, because if you remember, it was, the hinges were all falling off of the old fence. There was a substantial amount of deterioration. I can only tell you that we will take a second look at it and see if it was not salvageable, we're going to have to duplicate it out of cast iron.
And when you do the exploration of the stucco tower, can you reach out to our office and schedule time for me to come out and take a look with you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So just to reiterate, they are volunteering to do 2 affordable units that they've identified as moderate affordable. They will still be required to coordinate with the Division of Affordable Housing and complete an affordable housing agreement, although it will be tailored to this project since because of the voluntary nature of these units. This is in the adaptive reuse zone of the Morris Canal, I believe, adaptive reuse overlay E. This is specific to the St. John's AME Church. It's a through lot in the sanctuary space. It was kept along Pacific. There's a great deal of rehab that they're putting into this project. All the internal configuration does not impact that. There's no variances as a result of these amendments. I just would ask if Mr. Lean has reviewed the staff memo dated May 20th, 2022, and has a chance to look at the conditions that we asked or recommended.
Yes, Matt, I have had a chance to review. I just want to make sure. Yes, we can accept all the conditions.
Okay. With that, staff would recommend approval.
All right, thank you, Matt. And Mr. Lean, just put me down for that affordable housing condition also.
Will do.
You know what? I have one more thing to say. I just wanted to clarify for the record that it sounded like they're looking to put in a plaque. I think that one of the conditions allows them to work with staff, and there would not be a need for them to come back for any future amendment regarding some commemorative or historical plaque.
I agree.
Okay.
That's great.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion then at this time to approve case P22-022.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval.
I did it again. On a motion approved with conditions, Vice Chairman Gonzalez.
It's not often that you get public that comes up and gives this glowing sort of, echo of how the developer worked with them and how excited they are about something. So this makes me happy. And I hope that this is precedence for future developers. If you're out there looking at this, this is exactly what we want. It's easy to pass your agenda along if you work with the public. And in this case, it's even more special because it is a very historical site. So I am gladly vote aye.
Commissioner Torres. Commissioner Torres.
I also would like to take that moment to state on record, all my years on the planning board, so many developers don't even know what the property had in 1970 or 1980. And here we got a architect, people from the community, and the developer looking at the history of this project and bringing it back to the community. Just had a little history lesson to learn today, and I know that neighborhood very, I thought I knew that neighborhood very well. This is great. It's great to see that. I wish other developers would follow that pattern when they work in our communities. And with that, I voted aye. Thank you.
Commissioner Allen.
Great to see a church that I've seen growing up be turned into something great. Hats off to Mr. Davino hats off to the community. They didn't have to put 2 extra units in there, and let alone make it affordable. I'm an aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Yeah, this is a project long in the making. It's great to see it come to fruition. Great design, great addition with the affordable housing. And then I also echo the comments of my colleagues about the community development and the quality of relation between the professional and the people. I vote wholeheartedly aye.
Commissioner Green,
Thank you, Mr. Domino, and definitely aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
I just want to thank the community for coming out and letting us know the collaboration that took place before this application came in front of us for a vote. I echo the same sentiments of my colleagues as well. Great job, Mr. Divino, and I hope other developers are looking at the comments here tonight and them to follow the same path. My vote is an aye.
Chairman Langston.
Yeah, I can't say it any better than my fellow commissioners did. Mr. Divino, great job. I appreciate everything you've done to reach out to the community and all the rehab work. I love this project before, and it's even better now. So I appreciate that, and I vote aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries. All in favor on the motion approved with conditions.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Wishes.
Thank you, everyone.
Bridget, we have one item left. Do you want to take a 5-minute break real quick?
I definitely want to take a break, yes.
Okay, is 5 okay for you?
Good night. Thank you.
How about 7.5?
All right.
I'm much older than Michael.
That is true. That is true.
Let's do
So am
10.
I.
Let's do the 10.
So am I. All right, let's give it 10 minutes, everybody. We'll be back at 9:08. And in the meantime, Cam, if you can just promote the applicants for the next application, since I gave a couple extra minutes.
All right, let's roll.
All right, could we come to order again, everybody? All right, let's call our last case tonight is case P22-087 is a conditional use for 1544 John F. Kennedy Boulevard.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners.
Good evening, Council.
Should I begin, Chairman?
Sure, the floor is yours.
Sure. So once again, good evening. My name is Brian Aloya from the Aloya Law Firm, 2 Broad Street in Bloomfield, New Jersey. I represent the Cannabis Place 420 Corporation in this application for a conditional use for a Class 5 cannabis retail use at 1542 John F. Kennedy Boulevard, Jersey City, New Jersey. The Cannabis Place is a New Jersey certified minority business enterprise whose CEO and majority shareholder is a first-generation Latino and a U.S. Marine Corps Iraqi disabled veteran. The location at issue is in the NC neighborhood commercial zone. The location is greater than 200 feet from a school, and no Class 5 retailers have been approved within 600 feet from the main door. Notice was provided per the MLUL, and as the chairman indicated, this is a conditional use. My client currently meets all conditions and is not asking for any relief. My client will continue to abide by all local and state regulations. All that being said, I have an architect who I'm assuming you're familiar with, Raul Cabado from RA Design and Consultants, ready to testify, who's familiar with the application, is performing all the architectural and design work, and will testify as to the plans.
Okay.
Chairman, point of housekeeping. I am in receipt of an affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application at 1544 John F. Kennedy Boulevard here in the city. It does appear to be in order, and we can mark it as A1 for the record.
All right, thank you, Council.
With that, Chairman, I would give my standard comments to the board. Obviously, this is probably the 15th application that we have heard as the planning board. As the board knows, the Cannabis Commission has been impaneled and has been having hearings on applications in front of their body. So this board is to limit itself to the zoning and the zoning requirements and the conditions of the conditional use. With that said, Chairman, we can go ahead and have well, the expert, I believe, was already sworn this evening, so we can have Mr. Cabado remain under oath and start providing testimony. And I see that there are some people with their hands up. For those people in the public audience that want to comment on the application, we will be opening it up to public at the end of the presentation. So we will not be promoting you now. You can lower your hands and then raise them when the chairman opens it to the public.
All right, thank you, Santo. All right, so let's bring up Mr. Cabado. He has been sworn in tonight. He is still under oath and is still qualified as an architect.
Thank you. Can everybody see the screen?
We can, yes.
Okay, great, thank you. So the project is located along the southern end of John F. Kennedy Boulevard in a neighborhood commercial zone between Gates Avenue and Custer Avenue. We are proposing the rehabilitation of the commercial space of a recently built 5-story mixed-use structure. This portion of the first floor was previously unoccupied. There are residential uses from the 2nd through the 5th floors. The proposed establishment shall be approximately 2,682.29 square feet. And here's a drawing of what's existing, and here's what is proposed. As far as the layout, the entrance shall be from the south of the establishment where customers are met at the reception area. Further in are displays of the merchandise towards the middle of the establishment. Set back from the front wall are an office, employee, toilet facilities, and the vault where the merchandise are stored. The owner has requested that we redact the design layout of the vault, as well as the details of how the vault is going to be constructed. The north portion of the establishment provides a gathering area for the employees and at times to the public. The owner envisions the space as the space for employee lounge and community education programs, etc. There is no consumption proposed in this establishment. As far as security, there shall be round-the-clock video surveillance system for the establishment. At a minimum, the surveillance system shall monitor all the entry egress points, as well as the retail area and the community room. Also, the doors available to the public shall be controlled by the employees. No one can gain entry without the employee's knowledge and authorization. Although the doors, there were previously 3 doors, there were supposed to be 3 separate commercial spaces. So all the, this is going to be the main entry door as we go down to what is proposed. So the 2 other doors will be operational, but they will be only used for emergency purposes for egress. Also, part of the security will be there shall be interior mounted net type security gates. Those will be installed behind the glazing, and the glass itself will be treated with a protective film to minimize breakage. Finally, proposed are strategically positioned bike stand, which we hope would act as bollards, protecting the storefronts. Product information is provided in sheets A301 and A302. Once again, the owner has requested that we redact some of the information for security purposes. To mitigate odor, we propose portable professional air filtration systems positioned throughout the facility. In addition, the existing HVAC system shall be retrofitted to provide an air cleaning component with replaceable carbon filters. We anticipate that most of the rubbish shall be paper products. It shall be stored in the building's trash room per the owner's agreement with the landlord and collected as scheduled for the rest of the building. We intend to do minimal work on the facade. Proposed are 3 signs. Each sign shall be 20 square feet in area. The signs shall be surface mounted and located above the existing storefront doors. Details of the sign can be found on sheet A201. I'd like to point out that these signs are consistent with what was previously approved for the building at the major site plan. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gabato. Just a couple of questions. I'm sympathetic to the owner that he wants to, or her, I apologize, that they do want to redact the, the security sensitive areas. I don't see how a main egress corridor is a sensitive area. I can't see a large portion of that hallway. Is there a door there? Is it a push door? Is it a secure door?
So as I stated earlier, to begin with, the corridor is about 3 feet going from this wall to this wall. There is a door, but it's going to be sealed and only used for emergency. So it would have panic hardware. You cannot enter from this door. Neither can you enter from this door, but you can exit from them.
Okay, but how does staff get to that meeting room? And we're calling it a community meeting room, but it's only available for staff, correct?
No, it's also available to the public.
Okay, so how does the public get back there?
As I stated, there is a corridor here that's about 3 feet in width, and there would be a door on either end.
Okay, it's a secure door, it's a fire door. What are we talking about here?
All the doors are secure. They are all controlled by touchpads. So all the interior doors are secure.
Okay, so those are security doors. They have touchpads on them. They'll have to have security buzz them through on both.
That's correct. So in other words, when you're in the commercial space, you can't just sort of wander through. So if there is an event the staff would lead you through the space. They would use the touchpad to allow access to whoever is going to this area.
Okay, that's the reason I ask. It's, to have that redacted on a site plan drawing, I find that to be odd, and that's a red flag for me. The handicap emblem in the trash room, what is that for?
Oh, yes. So because the building has a, what do you call this? A trash chute, we had to show that that a handicapped person could use it.
Okay, understood. Okay, I believe that's it for me for Mr. Cabato as far as architecture goes. The only other thing is the redaction on the window film protection and the safety door on the last sheet, 302, A302. Why is the window film protection redacted?
Well, once again, I believe the owner just wants to make sure that nobody knows exactly what we're using. At this point, I'm just speculating, but.
Okay, I mean, we're kind of the board that should know what he's using.
Exactly.
I understand that, the vault, the security cameras, I understand the general public shouldn't have access to all the locations and the such for an application like this, but something like the window film protection, I don't understand why that's redacted. And a door.
Sure.
Yes, Mr. Cabato, would you be able to, do you have an unredacted version that you can share with the commissioners?
I could. I would also like to point out that an unredacted version was also delivered, but I mean, I could pull it up.
Yeah, if you could please do that,
Yeah,
so we can answer the questions for the public as well.
There you
yes. The unredacted version at the request of the applicant was not published to the data portal. So yes, please.
Okay.
And
Yes,
chance to
sir.
share it,
So
that would be great.
this was submitted to Francisco, and this shows the unredacted version of the type of camera. And if we could go to the last page, there is the security door and the specs for the security film. Being that we're unredacted, let me just show you the hallway. This is the hallway I was speaking about. There are 2 doors, and this is the vault area.
Okay, understood. So the push doors open away from the community meeting room as per fire code. That's all we're looking for here.
Yes, sir. So actually,
Chairman, let's
from
mark
a
this
fire
as
code-
A2
Please.
since we're sharing it.
Okay. So for fire, this door will be can be used.
Sure.
It just cannot be used for entry.
Understood. My other question, and I guess this is really directed to Matt. I think this is the first community room we're seeing in an application like this. Is this allowed under the ordinance?
I don't think that there's anything prohibiting it. Many of the applications we've seen have included like a waiting lobby. Although it doesn't appear as though this project is set up in that fashion, since their entry door is shown as the area that goes straight into the retail area.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure if there's a plan to later come for a consumption area. It seems like a large area that might be suited for that in the future, but they're not seeking that at this time.
Understood.
Chairman, if I may, part of the plan is actually the community room is part of the community give back. So this would be used for community education as well as job placement things of that nature. They've hooked up with, I believe it's Keene University, to come potentially do, events to help the community get jobs and educate the community about certain things. So this is actually seen not as I'll call it a waiting room, like a doctor's office. So
Understood.
it's more of part of the community give back.
Yeah, it's a room that, you have to pass through several doors to terminate into that room. I don't think it's a waiting room in the least.
Is there, I think what would be a good question to know is there security film on that area?
That was my next question, Matt. Thank you.
Security film on the
Community
on
room.
on the windows? Or,
Yeah.
On the community
In
room.
the community room.
yes, there will be security film throughout the entire.
What needs to be securely blocked from view from the street in the community room if it's an education facility?
I think the security film mostly the main purpose really is so that nobody would break in.
That
There
be
are-
said for
there-
any retail space along this whole corridor.
Right, and there are of course different sort of transparencies for security film. I mean, I guess for the areas that we need to block, we could have a denser security film, and for areas that for instance, the community room, we could have a much clearer film. The point being that there is a security film on the glass.
Okay, and the security film meaning that you can't see through it, correct?
Once again, not necessarily, Mr. Chairman. I think once again, there are different transparencies for security film. There's, so it doesn't really, there are clearer versions, let's put it that way, of security film that we could put on the community room. And then for the areas that we don't want people to see what's beyond, I think we could put a sort of a more opaque version. I guess that's
Okay.
the
Well,
correct term.
that's, this is one of the other reasons I would appreciate the non-redacted version when it came to that security film. I understand the planning board's role in this process. We're strictly here for the zoning aspect, the site plan aspect. My concern is that this community room, if it's hidden from view, can be, an illegal consumption lounge. I'm not saying that's the intent. I'm saying those are the optics of it to me. And I think, given the Nixon era war on drugs that cannabis has gone through, I think any light that can be shed on what's going on there is a plus. If it's not a consumption lounge, why does it have a security film to hide it from view? I don't think that's necessary. And that, again, that's a huge red flag for me.
Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'm sure I can convince the owners that, hey, if it means that we keep the security film off of the community room area,
we would certainly, Chairman, we would certainly accept that as a condition. I think part of the reason why it was put there is simply consistency, right? You have an idea, let's use this so no one sees inside. It is, as the chairman knows, one of the regulations. You're not supposed to be able to see inside. So it's kind of like, well, let's use it. It also, my understanding, does provide some security measures as well, because you can't, the glass doesn't break as easy. It does actually provide some more durability, is my understanding, to the glass. But if that's certainly a condition that you want to put on, that if any film is used, that it has to be clear so you can see inside, we're more than happy to take that as a condition.
Sure, and that's, this is the first time I'm seeing an unredacted plan.
Yep, completely understood.
That, I have no idea what the security film is. I had no idea what those safety doors were going down that hallway. So of course, I don't want, the glass to be able to be broken and somebody just walks in there. it's a concern for any retail location. So, these are questions relevant to planning and zoning, and that's our purview here.
Chairman, there'll also be a condition that there is no consumption lounge associated with this use. If it were to be approved by this board, that will be clear in the resolution.
I don't know that we need to make a condition of that. That's part of the ordinance. They're not applying for a consumption lounge. But I think we definitely should have a condition that community room is visible from the outside, that there's no screening aside from a security film, but you should be able to see through that security film into that community room. Okay, I think that's it for me. Anybody else? Any other commissioners? Any questions?
Chair, I agree that on the community room as well, it should be visible from the outside.
Yeah, agreed. And Council, you did state that you are 200 feet from a school?
No, we're further from that.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. Yeah, you're more than 200 feet away from any school?
That's correct.
Okay. That does show in the zoning application to us. Matt, I think we've confirmed that. Planning department has confirmed that, correct?
Correct, and a map was prepared and is made part of the staff memo that shows that.
Okay, excellent. So if there's no other questions from the board, anybody? Okay, thank you, Council. That's your presentation. Anything else from you?
That's correct. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, and just for, I don't know, Santo, we have a lot of people from the public that want to speak about this tonight. I don't know if you want to expand on it. The board's role is strictly a zoning aspect of it.
Yeah, the only thing that I would add, Chairman, we'll bring people up one by one. We're going to ask that everybody not repeat the same comments made by the person before them. Understand that whether or not you're in favor of cannabis and cannabis in the city, that's already been decided. It's not an issue for tonight. With respect to the application, it's based on the testimony that was provided. I will note for everybody's edification, the board is well aware that there is a school located in the general vicinity. That school is not within 200 feet of the front door of the retail being proposed here this evening. That is what is required under the ordinance. It's been determined by this body and staff that it complies. So it's not that we're not aware of the school. We are aware of the school. It does not violate the ordinance. So that's the reality. And then, Chairman, the only other thing I would caution all of the public is there is the Cannabis Commission that then reviews the community impact of these programs and the licensing aspect of these applications. That is one of the additional stops along this train for the applicant. They will be appearing there. It's a public meeting, like this is a public meeting. They get into all of that. They get into the community impact and all of those considerations as far as licensing. That is not what this board does. That is what that board does. So that commission will get into all of that and determine licensing aspects. So what happens here this evening is not definitive as to whether or not this applicant ultimately gets a license to operate this facility. And with that, Chairman, we can open up the public.
Okay, thank you, Santo. All right, so at this time, I still see a number of hands raised. If you'd like to comment on this application, please raise your hand. We'll bring you up one by one. And if you're calling in and you want to comment, please press *9 to raise your hand.
All right, so promoted Mukti, but they declined. I'm promoting again. Mukti.
Cam, if the same thing keeps happening, maybe you should look at yourself. Maybe it's you, Cam.
It's definitely not something on my end.
Leave Cam alone, Chairman.
I always do. Cam's the best. Love that kid.
Doing my job. All right, so we have Nirvi Shah.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me okay?
We can, Mr. Shah. Can you turn your camera on by any chance?
I'm having some technical difficulty, but anyways, as already mentioned,
Sir, ma'am, sir.
I actually object for having this.
Mr. Shah, let's get you sworn in.
Can you turn your camera on or can you not
Hello?
turn your camera on?
Camera on, okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shah. And
Mr. Shah, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give this board be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State and spell your name, provide your address for the record.
Nihar Shah, address Locust Street in Jersey City.
Could you spell your name, sir?
Nihar, first name, last name Shah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shah. We have 3 minutes for you, sir.
Yeah. So as already mentioned, there is a school in the vicinity, like only 2 blocks from this proposed what we are trying to build here. And this is one of the best schools in the Hudson County with so many kids. So it's not really the right environment to have this in the vicinity of the school when it's only 2 blocks away. It's not the right environment for the kids and for our children, even though this is kind of legal in the state of New Jersey, but we want to protect our children. So, I am the parent of the child going to that school, and I have, serious concerns and issues. So they walk, from the school. There are so many other kids, and, having this 2 blocks away, it's not really safe. So I'm really concerned about the safety. I'm concerned about the environment, and we are exposing the children to. So, I really don't favor having this, basically.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shah. We appreciate your comments.
Chairman, I am just going to repeat myself because I feel it necessary for purposes of the record. I am sure there are going to be other members of the public with similar opinions as Mr. Shah. We are not attempting to be rude to any of you. That is not the intention of this body. However, this body has to look at the ordinance. The ordinance says that if it is 200 feet from the front door to the school property, the site complies with the ordinance. That's what this body has to consider. The comments about whether or not this is appropriate in the neighborhood generally are not for this body. That is for the licensing body, which is not this body. This body is solely for whether or not the site complies to the letter of the ordinance. Just bear that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, counsel.
Good evening, sir. Can we get you sworn in? Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
If you could state and spell your name and provide your address for the record.
yes. Lorenzo Richardson, 66 Danforth Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey.
And just spell your name for the record.
Richardson. First name Lorenzo.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. I see that your name is on the screen. Sometimes we have people who have a different name than what is on the screen. So
Okay.
with that, sir.
I do have one question. I have a colleague of mine who I believe is out there. I'm from the Board of Education, Gina Vertibello. We want to read a statement and share some information, but I wanted to know if it's possible for us to share, but not going beyond 6 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, because we have some background information, some information that we think would be pertinent to share with you as we go through this process.
So, Mr. Richardson, you can share that information verbally with the board as far as reading a prepared statement, as long as that statement is a statement prepared by the person reading it.
Yes.
That is okay. We have no issue with the fact that you took the time to write down your thoughts so that it was clear and concise. I have no issue with that.
Okay.
And Mr. Richardson, just for your time concerns, we do have a 3-minute limit. I'll reset your timer to 3 minutes.
Okay, so I only have 3 minutes?
Yes.
Wow. Okay, then I'm going to have to, I guess, cut out some of my comments. And is it okay that we can also send you a copy of this letter?
Our decision most likely will come tonight, but if you want to add it to the record, you're more than welcome to.
Okay, because it's, that creates a problem.
And mind you, sir, once again, this is just the zoning of what's going on tonight. I don't know if your comments would be better placed towards the Cannabis Control Board, but again, I don't know what your comments are yet.
Okay. Understood. Come this evening with the full authorization and support of the Board of Education and its administration opposing the conditional use request to operate a cannabis dispensary so close to an elementary school. We recognize that people have a legal right to possess and even sell marijuana in New Jersey. We are not here to challenge that right. However, we must object to granting permission to sell and distribute marijuana so close to any school, whether private, public, parochial, or charter in the city. Common sense would dictate that placing this in close proximity of a school will result in potentially a dangerous situation. Most schools, particularly number 30, attempt to conduct outdoor classrooms in open space with the best and safest educational environment, with students being outside more, while a cannabis dispensary is fully operational right next door, is a recipe for disaster. Children will be outside for significant portions of the day within eye and earshot of this dispensary while it's open for business. In addition, it has very limited parking. It only has to witness the drop off and pickup times to confirm that there already exists traffic and safety issues along with that. Finally, and most importantly, permitting this dispensary within a few hundred feet of a public school may place in jeopardy the Jersey City Public Schools federal funding. For a school district and community that has already been significantly cut by state aid, any loss in federal funding will be devastating, unnecessary, and unforgivable. As you should know, despite the state of New Jersey legalization of marijuana, the federal law still finds the sale of cannabis to be a controlled, dangerous substance subject to fines, penalties, and jail time. In addition, under the Controlled Substances Act, specifically 21 USC 860, distributing, possessing with intent to distribute, or manufacturing a controlled substance in or on within 1,000 feet of real property comprising a public or private elementary, vocational, or secondary school, or public or private college, junior college, or university, or any other several public facilities, including swimming pools, remains a federal criminal offense. By placing a dispensary within 1,000 feet, the Jersey City Planning Board will be aiding and supporting the violation of this federal statute, which could result in penalties, including loss of federal aid to our district. Since there's no legal resolution between the conflict of New Jersey and federal law as it relates to the legality of distribution of marijuana, placing it within 1,000 feet of a school may place all federal aid to Jersey City in jeopardy. Most importantly, 30 is not only a Title I school, but a SIAA school. So we could lose even more federal aid if you grant this application within 1,000 feet of the school. Why take a chance? Why play Russian roulette with our children's future and the children's federal dollars? It would make more sense to protect the children by only granting these applications not within 1,000 feet of any school building in this city. Don't we at least owe that to our children of this great city? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Right on the 3 minutes. Okay, once again, I see a number of hands raised. We're going to promote everybody as needed, one at a time. And if you'd like to comment, please raise your hand. If you're calling in and you want to comment, press *9 to raise your hand.
Good evening, sir. Please raise your right hand.
Oh, sorry. Okay, my right hand. All right, all right.
All right. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State, spell your name, provide your address, please.
My name is Francis, Francis, Falcicchio, F like Frank, ALCICCHIO. My address is 205 Custer Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey.
Mr. Falcicchio, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
My purpose in speaking out tonight is not to debate a position on legal cannabis. However, I am here today to implore you to consider 3 areas about which you, the planning board, along with all of the elected officials in Jersey City, should be concerned with regarding this potential dispensary. First, let's address quality of life. I, along with many of my neighbors, oppose this building at 1542 58 Kennedy Boulevard. One of the very board members, your board members, no longer on the board, lives in San Francisco now, responded that it would be, I quote, bring life to the neighborhood. Here is what it has brought: danger. Residents regularly exit the parking lot and drive the wrong way down the one-way street. I had to petition the city to place warning signs about this, but who is to say it will not continue? That, my friends, has the potential to end lives in our neighborhood, not bring life to it. Dog feces and trash-filled streets. Since the building's completion, there is a noticeable increase in litter and debris on our streets. Parking issues. It is a struggle to find on-street parking, as the building's residents and guests park on our street rather than fill the on-site parking lot. This last issue, parking, is of critical importance tonight, as the proposed building is sure to bring more car traffic to our area that cannot support any additional vehicles. There are plenty of commercial sites in Jersey City with parking options, and this business would be better suited there. What data can the planning board provide neighborhood residents to ensure this will not be an issue? The next issue is safety. We must study areas in the United States where cannabis has been legal for a long span of time to determine the safety concerns of a dispensary in our neighborhood. Researchers from the Ohio State University conducted a 3-year study in Denver. Their findings concluded that legal marijuana shops are linked to higher levels of property crime in nearby areas. Researchers found that adjacent areas saw about an 84% more property crimes per year than neighborhoods without a nearby marijuana store. What are your plans to protect this already vulnerable neighborhood from an 84% increase in crime? A 2019 study from the University of Colorado examined larger term statistics for neighborhoods. Their findings indicated that the presence of even one medical or recreational marijuana dispensary has been found to be associated with substantially significant higher crime and disorder in the neighborhood, including robbery and aggravated assault. Finally, let's consider our property values. We are a neighborhood of hardworking middle-class residents, and our homes are our primary or only assets. A February 2020 report from the National Association of Realtors reveals that in states where marijuana was legal, the longest, 27% has been a decrease in residential property values near dispensaries.
Mr. Falcicchio, you're over your 3 minutes now. Thank you, sir.
Could I just make one more comment to you, sir?
10 seconds, please.
It almost sounds like you are a resident of our neighborhood when you brought up the ideas about the room to the back, which I know eventually will wind up being a consumer spot. This developer leaves a lot to be desired.
I am a Heights resident, sir.
I understand that, but the way you were talking about questioning the witness about the use of the back room and everything else, or Ms. Gaggigan saying that it should be visible from the street, because what we have seen in this neighborhood from this developer leaves a lot to be concerned.
Understood, sir.
Thank
That's what we do here. That's our function. Thank you.
Promoting Matthew Sirs.
Good evening.
Mr. Series, good evening.
Good evening. I'm here as on my own.
So
Personally,
we're gonna have to swear you, counsel. Swear affirm your testimony, be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, counsel. State and spell your name for the record.
Matthew, Matthew, Series, Ceres.
Appreciate it, sir.
Mr. Series, thank you. Always a pleasure. We have 3 minutes for you.
Guys, not even why I was here tonight, but I just noticed, I don't think you have jurisdiction under the notice requirements of your ordinance or the MOU. It says that all applications have to be available to the public. The only thing available to the public is the redacted version. That's not a full application. You can't let individual applicants decide what they want to redact on their own.
Counsel, we've already decided that what was redacted for security purposes. They shared exhibits.
But then you opened it. I'm sorry, Mr. Empinelli, I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize. I'll let you finish.
That's all right, counsel.
But then you opened it up and then they put it on. If you were going to open up and let it see it, it should have been available as part of the notice to let the public see it, not literally just at the last minute during the application. You didn't give anybody any time to see what was behind the big black squares. And you clearly have objectors to it, including the Board of Ed.
Okay, counsel, we've already decided that issue, but your objections noted for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. We appreciate it.
Promoting Gina Vertabella.
Hi, good evening.
Hello. Good evening. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And if you could state, spell your name, and provide your address, please.
Gina Vertabello, Gina. Vertabello is V as in Victor, ERDIBELLO.
Thank you, Ms. Vertabello. And we have 3 minutes for you.
Thank you. I just want to echo what my colleague said. So the letter that he read was from the whole Jersey City Board of Education. That was from our attorney. So we're fully invested in trying to find out more information about this because we kind of found out about it last minute. Because it was never really like something that was on our radar. And I guess it should be because there's going to be more of these coming up. So whether it's, whatever feet it is, it's still in close proximity to that school, according to that map. I mean, literally, it looks like it's across the street. And that school has a lot of federal aid and, has a lot of money because from where it is. So the thing is, we ask that you wait to vote on this. We ask that you please kindly just hold off so that we could find some more information about it before it happens. Like I noticed it also said something about 2% would be going to the Jersey City Public Schools of their proceeds. We didn't know that. And a lot of the stuff is kind of like, just coming up. And so I ask you kindly to not vote on this tonight, save it for the next meeting so that we have a chance to look at it more. Because, these are our children and our students, and we just want to make sure we're doing right by them. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. Appreciate your comments.
Promoting Gerard Lyons.
Mr. Lyons, you're not driving currently, are you?
I am in the car as the passenger. I got the driver to my left.
Excellent. Let's not distract him, please.
No.
Mr. Lyons, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you state, spell your name, provide your address, please?
My name is Gerald, Gerald, Lyons, Lyons, 94 Sherman Place, Apartment 1, Jersey City, New Jersey, 07307.
Mr. Lyons, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
Thank you very much. I'm currently the president of the Jersey City School Board, and last evening we found out about this meeting tonight to discuss this place opening. And after listening for the last 4 hours and hearing that this is not an option for us because it follows the policy allowing it to be within 200 feet, I'm sorry. It's a big concern for me that there might not be anything we can do about that, even though it is possibly in violation of federal laws. However, after listening to the presentation tonight and hearing how the bike racks can be used as a barrier, and you have a room in the back that's going to be used for whatever nefarious reasons going on there, that you have film coating the windows you can't see, and having air ventilation systems to take out all the smells from the pot place, I have concerns about this being so close to a school. And I don't really care who smokes pot or who drinks. It's none of my business. I do have concerns about having this so close to one of our schools and how it might impact our funding. And I agree with Vice President Vertibello and Trustee Richardson that there are major concerns. We're hoping that you can hold off on this till we have time to have our 2 lawyers who got us a letter today, which I sent out an email to you folks earlier today, as well as the city council and the mayor, because we're very concerned about what we could do to possibly move these places away from schools. You know, as being on the school board on and off since 2010, I've seen all issues been brought up about places that have caused problems in their neighborhood schools. And I'm very fearful this will be one of those in the future.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lyons. We appreciate your comments.
Thank you for your time, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
It's nice to see former President Gongadin here from the school board.
Thank you.
Promoting Karishma Roth.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
You swear from the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You can state and spell your name, please.
Sure, it's Karishma. Last name is Roth, Rath.
Ms. Roth, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
Sure, thank you. I just wanted to clarify when they said about the films, the security films, and if it's visible to the public from the outside. My children go to the school nearby. It's 2 blocks away from the retailer space that they're trying to get in. And my concern is if it's in the public viewing where the kids walk to school, come and back forth. So I just want to know that first, and then, I can move on to say other stuff. I know this is not a zoning, probably is not a zoning issue that I'm bringing up, but I, would definitely try to voice it out and object.
Ms. Roth, I can take that question down. We'll get it answered for you. Do you want to continue with your other questions?
Sure. Okay. So I don't have other questions, but I do have other objections.
Sure.
Like I think a lot of people have, voiced it out this evening. My concerns, I'm just going to break it apart and just point it out. There's going to be impaired driving around, and knowing that this is a school zone, kids come in and out. So people with impaired driving, I hope people understand. And then if this is edible cannabis, this is very easy access to the teenagers which, you know, I'm a parent and, you know, I'm a teenage parent. So that is definitely, you know, a concern for me there. This may also end up in crime, violence, robbery, and theft. And, you know, knowing, you know, we saw something happen this, you know, early evening in a school in Texas, you know, these are the kind of concerns where, you know, there's going to be public crime, public disorder that, you know, is very, very concerning for me. So I just wanted I just wanted to voice it out and express my concern and objection to this retail space.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your comments. And council or Mr. Cabato, let's just address that screening. We asked for a visible screening around that community center, but the other areas, the retail area and the, you know, any back room, any vault, nothing will be visible to the public, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, Cam, let's move on with public comment, please.
Promoted Jacqueline.
Hi,
Hi, good evening.
good evening.
If we could, let's just get you sworn in.
Sure.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And if you can state and spell your full name and provide your address?
Sure. Jacqueline, Jacqueline, last name Quagliana, Quagliana, 17 College Drive, Jersey City.
All right, good evening, ma'am. We have, I'm sorry, I'm not even gonna try your name at this hour. I'm not. gonna
That's
be-
okay. That's okay.
I have 3 minutes for you, though.
Sure. I am from the other school, Soaring Heights, which is down the block from where it is. And obviously you've heard a lot from both of the parents. I have two concerns. If the blueprints had to be redacted like that, obviously there's a lot of safety concerns that the vendor had. What about the safety? That safety concern is a concern for now us as the teacher, as the lead teacher, and all of our students who have to walk around there. If you need the bike racks for barriers, why is that? If you have the 3 M's on the window for security reasons because he wants to prevent break-in, well, you have regular robberies and you can also have shootings and holdups. So there's a lot of concern about it being this close to a school. This is the first time that the school found out about this last week. So, or I guess, yeah, last week. And we have so many issues to talk about. It didn't come for a public discussion. As the regular traditional public school said, it can affect our funding also. So we receive federal money too. So how is that money going to be made up if we lose that money? And I know it's not a zoning issue, but now it's becoming a very big issue for Jersey City. So I just hope that your vote can go off to next week. So we're all able to have a better talk and understanding about it. And which direction do we go to for help? Like, how can we, besides going to licensing, get help to help protect the students who are around here, who are walking by it and are easily influenced?
All right, thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your comments. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to another person. One moment. Promoting Kim Mobley.
Good evening. Hi, how are you?
Good evening. Let's
Sorry,
just get you
right.
sworn in.
Sure. This is
You swear
Lauren.
affirm- you swear affirm the testimony you give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you state and spell your name, provide your address, please?
Kimberly Twan Mobley, 4 Tribeca Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, 07305. My spelling of my first name, I apologize. Kimberly, Kimberly, last name Mobley, Mobley.
Thank you. Ms. Mobley, thank you. We appreciate it. We have 3 minutes for you.
Right. Just a couple of questions. I'm one of the parents of the school Mrs. Q just discussed. My question is regarding, I understand the zoning, where it says it's like 200 feet within the school. And I know nothing about zoning. My son is young, so this is the first time I really have a lot of exposure to even school zones. How was that determined? Like this 200 feet with cannabis, because cannabis, this whole thing is very new. So how is that? I mean, what precedence is that? Like, is there not something that should be determined based on, I guess, that it's, first of all, it's marijuana, like, should not there be some discussions around zoning? If that's still applicable, because this is new. Is that a sufficient zoning law for a school? I mean, I'm just trying to understand how that is sufficient.
So
And
ma'am,
I'm just asking a question because I do have other concerns, so
understood.
that's just my one question.
So the 200-foot is measured from the main entrance of the establishment to the school property. That's how the ordinance reads. That's what the zoning is.
And ma'am,
Is that
just so
just-
you understand, that's a city ordinance. It was passed by the governing body, which is the mayor and council. That's the ordinance.
Okay, I just find that challenging to understand, because that is still ridiculously close to any school. So that is my comment, because everyone has already voiced their other concerns, and I won't rehash that, but we will certainly be on the other calls. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Ms. Mobley. We appreciate it.
Sorry, I was not getting a response. I think I promoted a couple people. Promoting Natasha Prasad.
Okay.
Hi.
Good evening, Mr. Prasad. Let's just get you sworn in, please.
Raise your
Sure.
right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
If you could state and spell your name and provide your address for the record.
Sure. My name is Natasha Prasad, NATASHAPERSAUD, and I currently live on Custer Avenue in Jersey City.
All right, thank you, Ms. Prasad. We have 3 minutes for you.
Sure. Well, thank you very much for allowing me to speak tonight. Everyone is speaking about one school being around this area. There's actually 3 schools within 2-block radius, and all of those students have to pass, or if not 90% of them have to pass that building to go to their destination, to their home, to wherever they have to go. And to have a facility like that in this area, it's a high risk of all of the criminals, everything that was mentioned before. I mean, I have a 12-year-old daughter, and she has to pass that building to reach our home. And my biggest concern is her safety. How am I supposed to be at peace when I go to work, knowing that she has to pass that? People are high coming out of the building, waiting in cars, traffic, congestion coming down my block, the smell, the odor, all of that stuff. They're concerned, and not only for my child, for all those students that have to pass that area. And there's Walgreens there, there's a bank, there's multiple businesses around the area that people are constantly going in and out of. You know, having a facility like that in our neighborhood it's a tremendous risk, not only for our children, but people that's living here. And it's going to force the community to move elsewhere, which is not a good thing for anyone. So again, I thank you for your time and allowing me to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Prasad. We appreciate it.
We had someone else up, but they,
We have,
Sean and Fernandez.
yes.
Could unmute yourself and turn your camera on. Thank you, ma'am. You can put your digital hand down and unmute yourself, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
You could state and spell your name and provide your address.
I'm Shannon Fernandez, S-H-O-N-N-O-N, Shannon, F-E-R-N-A-N-D-E-S, Fernandez. I live at 1524 John F. Kennedy Boulevard. And my comment tonight is just to say that I'm disagreed for opening that cannabis because it's just literally about 100 feet away from my home. It have kids all the way in the back, traffic on the road. It's already traffic, 2 lanes, people just stopping and going. It's a lot of garbage from since that building exists. There's a lot of garbage here. I live right in the block it is. I get flooded because I had to clean the roadway in the evening. People just eat, throw shit on the floor. They don't pick up the garbage. They don't do anything. They have kids passing on the road, kicking cars. There's a lot of violations going on here right now. And for that place to be opening, it can be a lot worse. So I totally disagree with that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Promoting Barbara Camacho.
Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Camacho. Let's just get you sworn in.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God, I do.
If you could state and spell your name and provide your address for the record.
Barbara Camacho, Barbara-Camacho, Ward A, the South Side.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Camacho, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you. And if you have any questions you want answered, just list them out for us. We'll get them answered for you.
Awesome. So first, I want to say thank you all for giving this hearing a fair shot. I don't think I can recall a single hearing where I saw the mayor and the council member, both military vets, submit letters in favor of a pending application. I've been in Jersey City a long time. It was very unusual. So thank you for giving this a fair hearing, because when I looked at it, I got the impression that that could be undue influence, but I'm hopeful that many of you will look at this with open eyes. And with that said, I echo every other parent when they said this is a bad idea, but they've done a fabulous job articulating why this is not a good idea based on that ground. So I want to look at the zoning statute, and I want to focus on security. And this applicant has indicated that the measures of security that he has taken really boil down to 2. The film that's going to stop a robbery, not in this city, but okay, and 24-hour surveillance. The Jersey City statute requires that they take some significant reasonable measure to prevent loitering. There is nothing in this plan that even suggests they have a plan to handle loitering. Why is loitering important? Because as you've heard from my many neighbors, this is the South Side, and loitering is an endemic problem. It becomes a nuisance. Often it leads to altercations, very often to violence. Having drugs involved in that mix will only exacerbate it. So to the extent that this application is being considered for approval, at a minimum, one of the conditions that this board has the power to impose is that they require absolute security presence. That is to say, a security guard out front the entire time that they are in operation. We have children. By the way, my daughter is sitting over here to my left, and she has asked me to tell you that many of her friends walk to school and they would have to be exposed to not just the sight of it, but the odor of it. So I think that that is a significant ground upon which this application fails. Additionally, according to the ordinance that we passed, a lot of the state prerequisites were included. One of those is that the owner be from Jersey City, from the state of New Jersey. According to the documentation submitted, this owner resides in Pennsylvania. So he would not be approved by the CRB. So this begs the question, and you have to have been a resident for 2 years. So at the moment of submission, they're living somewhere else. I assume that the submissions are current and he's not just moved last week. So that makes approval unlikely because he's not going to qualify as a micro business at the moment. So why are we putting the cart before the horse when we have incredibly influential people in front of you asking you to consider either denying this or adjourning it, or the applicant can decide to withdraw the application and resubmit it. But as it stands right now, what is the rush? That person, this applicant, has an application pending with the state. What is our rush? Why would we as a city endorse an application that hasn't even been through state vetting? Presumably that commission has far more resources than this overburdened, overworked planning staff, right? I think we can all agree that we have a lot of applications that we got to vet. So there's really no public policy reason to move this forward, other than there's an applicant who's decided that he wants to make his stand now.
We're past your 3 minutes at this point. Thank you. I do have 2 questions that you are posing, and it's the security question as far as a security guard on staff and the owner's residence, correct? Do we still have Ms. Camacho?
No, she's out.
Okay, so council, can we address those? Is there a security guard on site during hours of operation at all times?
My understanding is that is correct. There will be security on at all times. And I see Mr. Cavato shaking his head yes.
Okay, so there is a security guard that will control any loitering, control any crowds outside the facility as well as in?
That's correct.
Okay, and as far as the owner's residence status, does that comply with the statute in the city?
My understanding it does, and as I indicated during my, I'll call it my opening for lack of a better thing, that the Cannabis Place 420 Corporation is a New Jersey certified minority business enterprise.
Okay, we'll address that during.
Question was from Ms. Camacho, is the applicant's address, not the corporation, but the applicant's address.
Right. Well, the corporation is the applicant, and the corporation is actually owned by multiple people. I believe there's more than one person that owns it.
Okay, so the primary
that is not correct according to the 10% ownership disclosure statement form, which was submitted.
That's what I'm pulling up right now as we speak.
Matt, what are you saying? It's not correct. What's not correct?
It is only listed as one owner, and that address is Pocono.
You're correct. No, that is correct. And his address is Pennsylvania.
So I'm going to interject. I don't just a couple things that Ms. Camacho said. So we are not the CRC, the Cannabis Regulatory Commission, which is at the state, is not the first step in an application. It is the local jurisdiction, whatever that may be, that is the first step. And a municipality is empowered both by the MLUL, State Enabling Act for zoning, and through the adult use cannabis legislation to both, 1, adopt zoning, 2, adopt licensing laws locally, to allow for class 1 through 6 cannabis, or class 1 through 5 cannabis establishments and retailers. Now, we have a cannabis control board, the CCB, which is a licensing board, which really is going to be, now that they're up and running, are going to be the first step for most applicants moving forward. And second, there is a resolution of support, which has to go to council thereafter. So any concerns about the council weighing in on whether or not any cannabis retailer gets the support by council, that's actually required by the state law. And moving forward, the planning board will most likely be the third step in this process, and the kind of the cap end to any local approvals or support that applicant would need before moving on to the Cannabis Regulatory Commission.
Chairman, I would just add to that statement, from a legal standpoint, there seems to be a question. Anybody can file any application before this body. There are property rights, there are zoning laws, and this corporation through council has filed the application. The onus then comes to this body to process the application and have a public hearing on the application, which is what's transpiring here tonight. With respect to licensing, that is not the privy of this board. It's beyond this board's jurisdiction. We've gone over this now on a multitude of these types of applications. Our role in all of this is limited to our power as a planning board. Our jurisdiction is as to the conditional use ordinance and whether or not the site complies with the zoning conditions, and therefore is conditionally permitted where it is sought to be located. That does not mean it will get licensed. That is for other bodies. So there are layers to these applications. There is a process. Mr. Ward just explained that process yet again. This board has to hear the applications. This board has to do it at a public hearing. This board has to hear the comments of the public. This board may agree with a lot of the sentiment of what is being said by the public as to whether or not a location in proximity to a school is something that the board necessarily agrees with, but that is not the charge of the board. The charge of the board under the law is whether or not it complies with the order. That's the jurisdiction. That's the purview. We have to be guided by the law, even if we fundamentally don't agree with it. This body does not get to pick and choose which laws it wants to follow and which laws it wants to disregard. It is a heavy burden on the moral conscience of the board. I understand that. I appreciate that. I've sat here and listened to all of you, and you took an oath, and your oath was to uphold the laws and to apply them fairly and as directed by the law. So that will be your guiding light in your deliberations.
Understood. Thank you, Council.
Chairman, to the extent there was any confusion, I did confirm with the owner that the 10% ownership disclosure statement is correct, and there is only one owner, Mr. Orduna.
Okay, understood. And his address is in Pennsylvania, correct?
That is correct.
Now, Santo, as far as that goes with the ordinance, does that purview fall under the Cannabis Control Board? That's a licensing issue, correct? Not a zoning issue.
That is my understanding. That is a licensing issue.
Okay, thank you.
My understanding also, Chairman, is that requirement's only for a micro business, but again, that's not before this board, so that'll be determined later at a later date if there's an issue.
Okay, thank you, Council.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on with public comment, please.
All right, Haresh, we still have you there. Thank you for your patience.
Hi, everybody. So yeah, hi.
So let's swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah, I do.
Could you please state and spell your name and provide your address for the record?
This is Harish Kumar, HARISH-KUMAR, and the address is 17 Cottonwood Street, Jersey City.
Mr. Kumar, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
All right. So I think most of the parents have already raised their concern. I have similar concern like everybody else. My kid being studying in the school in the vicinity, so I'm concerned about her safety and security. And I'm sure there might, because there are almost 200 students studying in that school. So not every parent will be on this call to raise their concern, because we will also get a last minute update from the one of friends that this meeting is going to happen. So I thought to join last minute. So all of the 200 parents will share similar concern along with the residents who is going to be in the vicinity. So I think, yeah, I understand this is not a zoning issue as per the zoning rights. It's in the, it may go through, but still, I think we need to prioritize that what is our priority to prioritize a school and to prioritize the security of our kids, or to prioritize a marijuana who is gonna increase the crime in the neighborhood. So yeah, so legally it may not be the issue, but I think I think if we generally thinking, like we should obviously choose the security of our kids and make a good neighborhood actually. So that's all my comments. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, let's continue on with public comment, please.
Modi Mukti.
Hello,
Good evening. Let's just swear you in, please.
sure.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
If you could state and spell your name and provide your address for the record.
Sure. First name Mukti, which is Mukti, and last name Mehta, Mehta. Address is Locust Street, Jersey City, New Jersey.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mehta. We have 3 minutes for you.
Sure. So I don't think I'm going to say anything new because there's so much already has been said by the parents. Yeah, there are thousands of parents of, not 1-3 schools. Our child is also part of one of the, highly ranked schools in Hudson County. And with this kind of, I think the issue, we understand it's not a zoning issue, but as a parents, and I hope you all can understand that the main issue is when the kids, they walk back and forth from the school. It's been already brought up, this could promote just the violence, crime, and we really have safety concerns. So we highly object this, and this will just force, this is the area, this is the school, which is, we all love, our kids love going to the school. And this is just going to force us out of this neighborhood. And I don't know how that helps in the growth or the development of any neighborhood. And I think that's what we all want to do. And this is not taking us anywhere with this. This is not the right place. This is not the right neighborhood for this kind of establishment. It can be anywhere in Jersey City, and we can't just merely go by the fact of 200 square feet. We can't just take merely, we have to take into consideration of so many things that, the kids, there are elementary school kids, there are middle school, they walk home, some go with their parents, some go walk by themselves, and they just cannot be a safe place for them. Thank you. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. We appreciate your time.
Sure.
Promoting Hugh.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can. Can you turn your camera on, Mr. Giordano?
Sure, give me 1 second, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, okay.
Right.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
We can. Let's just get you sworn in.
Yes, go ahead.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You could state and spell your name, provide your address for the record.
My name is Hugh Giordano, 57 Argyle, Blackwood, New Jersey. I'm here today as a representative of the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, UFCW. We are the official cannabis labor union that represents workers here in the state of New Jersey, both medical and adult use. And I know today is about zoning and planning, and I want to thank the attorney for making it a public record that the body has a specific job and is to look at those specific rules and regulations through the ordinance. And I want to thank the attorney for doing that. I also want to say that, you know, just in reference to what's happening, what's being said about this establishment, as a union representative that represents these workers in both retail and cultivation sites, these comments are an attack on working people. Most of these workers that work at these facilities have degrees in chemistry, biology, even pharmacists work at these facilities. So to make it seem like it's going to be some type of crack house that kids have to run by after work, it's kind of upsetting to hear this. You know, we represent workers also in the alcohol industry. And when we have our members deliver Bacardi, deliver Jim Beam to the local family Applebee's or TGI Fridays, we don't feel the same way towards those workers. So why are we demonizing these professionals in this industry? Why are we acting like when young people walk by these facilities, they're going to be attacked? I find it kind of upsetting to hear this. And I would hope that this body would make it clear once again that it's not about the facility, it's about the zoning. And as the labor union that represents these workers, we want to put full support behind this establishment, behind these workers who will be working there, these young adults who will be part of Jersey City. And we hope that the body will see that. So we appreciate your time. And we want the body to know that the UFCW fully supports the cannabis place for the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brother Giordano. All right, do we have any more public comment? Once again, if you'd like to comment on this application, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Mr. Chair, I see no more public. I move to close the public.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Public is closed. Matt, do you want to wrap us up here?
Yeah, so I just want to, since there was a lot of new people on tonight that might be first turning into cannabis applications, I'm just going to state that a public process was first initiated back in June of last year. There was 2 planning board public meetings held, and then legislation was moved forward before City Council through July and August when it was finally adopted ahead of a major deadline imposed by the state law. That said, we're now almost a year later and have approved several throughout the city, this being the most southern. I'm going to pull up a staff memo that Francisco Espinoza prepared. I have reviewed these application materials in his absence. This is a memo dated May 20, 2022 with an application summary. I was listening to the testimony and they have addressed the staff comment section. I do want to just scroll through for just some more background information here. So it's identifying the retail space, identifying the building, and there's also a map prepared by city planning staff so that people may read this. The school that is right around the corner on Gate Street, and the 200-foot boundary from that parcel. This is the subject parcel in which the retailer is going into, and we've approximated the front door location and identified it on the map. This is in conformance with the zoning ordinance as with regards to the conditions related to distance from schools. There is no other cannabis retailer in any location. Should this location move forward and proceed to receive all approvals, local and state or otherwise, and open up shop, another cannabis retailer would not be able to locate within 600 feet of their front door. as measured from front door to front door, unless it was categorized as a micro business, which is the social equity definition embedded into the state law. This applicant has obviously redacted some information. I think I want to put on the record that the Cannabis Control Board is going to hold this applicant's feet to the fire with regards to some of those elements that are much more in the purview of the Cannabis Control Board. That said, we still are requesting this applicant to comply with several recommended conditions, which I'm showing here, 1 through 7. I just want to ask Mr. Aloha if he's had time to review this staff memo and if they agree to comply with these conditions.
I have had time to review it, and we do agree to the conditions.
Okay, with that, staff would recommend approval.
And council, also with the board condition that the community meeting room would have, the community meeting room would be visible from the outside.
Yes, as we indicated during our discussions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks, Matt. I'll entertain a motion then.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P22-087 as presented to the board this evening, together with staff recommendation and the additional condition that was just placed, community room, which is visible from the outside.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Acting Vice Chair Gangadin.
Yeah, I just want to thank the public for coming out and voicing their concerns. We do take those concerns very seriously, but this body has to follow the city ordinance of the zoning requirements and meeting the 200 feet. The next step to this application would be the CCB board, which will determine if a license is granted and then to the state. So this just doesn't stop here. It goes on further. So we have to follow the city ordinance. My vote is an aye.
Dr. Gonzalez.
I will abstain.
Commissioner Torres.
I also would like to thank the public for coming out, speaking about this matter. It almost seems like sometimes they must feel we don't listen, but we do listen. We live in the same neighborhoods, and we have the same, basically the same concerns. This matter, though, is before us. I wish that the public would realize what we have said by council and repeated over and over. The next couple of steps, the next process is what's going to determine whether that facility is going to open up or not. If they just still have their concerns, that's where they have to bring it to. I wish we could do more for the public, but we are bound by the ordinance that is presented in front of us. So with that, I'm gonna, on all these issues that we've been dealing with, these cannabis that have been coming up lately, and it's not just your neighborhood, it's been all over Jersey City. And a lot of hours and hours have spent on meetings for us listening to this. We are bound by an ordinance. It's been brought clear to us that we comply with this order. No, not comply with that. I should say that. To make sure that they are meeting the zoning standards. Application is in this application that I'm not happy to find out about, and that will be addressed in the next process of this. But with that, I have to vote aye, but I really want the public to listen to you. I mean, it's just understand the situation I'm in. And I am a Jersey City resident all my life. This is how this works. That's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Allen.
I'm going to echo what my colleague said. great to see the public coming out, voice your opinion. We do listen. Unfortunately, I have to vote aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Completely, I completely empathize with all those who've spoken in favor of children. I get the frustration of watching for however long one has watched to get to this point, to hear from our legal counsel, who stated so eloquently that our hands are tied or bound to the laws that are created for a planning board. That being said, I vote aye.
Commissioner Green,
The same, aye.
Chairman Langston.
Yeah, I believe me, I hear the public. When I joined this board over 8.5 years ago, I took an oath to uphold the municipal land use law and all the zoning laws of the city. This complies with those zoning laws. I do understand the public's concerns. And believe it or not, this is the easy step. The Cannabis Control Board dives further in, and the state licensing, haven't heard yet, but I'm sure those touch on the same things. So those are the boards that, you know, can go outside of the zoning aspect of it. And I encourage the public to come out to our meetings more often. This isn't the first application we've heard. We've heard these across the city at this point. Our council said this is about our 15th. I think it's more than that by now. I think we're up to 18, 19. And again, none of these facilities are open. They still have to get licensed. They go to the Cannabis Control Board and to the state. So we're just looking at the zoning of it. And this applicant complies with that zoning. So I'm going to vote aye. And I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight.
Motion carries 6 votes for, 1 abstention.
All right. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, council.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to.
Thank you, Chairman and board members.
Thank you, council.
Have a good night.
All right, let's move on to memorialization of resolutions, please.
Mr. Chairman, I think I have 9 resolutions today, so I make a motion at this point to memorialize the following resolutions. The first one is a resolution of the City of Jersey City Planning Board in the matter of Artistic Dispensary LLC, 365 Central Ave, Block 2803, Lot 27, case number P22-045, decided on March 28th, 2022, to obtain a Class 5 cannabis retailer micro business license. Next resolution is of the City of Jersey City Planning Board, applicant Port Liberté Apartments LLC for preliminary and final major site plan approval, block 27503, lots 13, 14, 16, and 17, Chapel Avenue, Chapel Ave, 1 Constellation Place, case P21-127. Next resolution is applicant Port Liberté Apartments LLC for amended Port Liberté Master Plan approval, block 27503, lots 13, 14, 16, and 17 Chapel Avenue, Constellation Place, and case number P21-125. Next resolution is also applicant Port Liberté Apartments LLC for preliminary and final major site subdivision approval, block 27503, existing lots 13, 14, 16, and 17, proposed lots 13.01, 14.01, and 16.01, Chapel Avenue, and 1 Constellation Place, case P21-126. Next resolution is applicant Morgan Point Development Corporation LLC for minor site plan with C variance property at 159 Morgan Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 13002, lot 1.01. Case number on that is P21-109. Next resolution is for approving a 1-year site plan extension of the previously approved minor site plan. Applicants Puram Prasad and Anjali Prasad for approval of a 1-year site plan extension of the previously approved minor site plan property at 55 Washburn Street, Block 8202, Lot 14, case number P21-116. Next resolution is applicant Hudson Street Investment Realty LLC, property 122-124 New York Ave, Jersey City, New Jersey.
Well, but don't you, let me do it.
Commissioner Lipsky, your, there you go. 122-124 New York Ave, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 4501, lot 1, for request for administrative approval, case number P22-011, hearing date February 15, 2022, and March 22nd, 2022. Next resolution is in the matter of Cole Street Development Company, LLC, 258-282 16th Street, 311 and 312 17th Street, and 305 Cole Street, block 6004, lots 1.01, 1.02, and 1.03. Block 6005, lots 13.01, 13.02, 13.03, and 13.04, decided on May 10th, 2022, memorialized on May 24th, 2022. Application for amended preliminary and final major site plan approval with deviations, case number P22-032. Final resolution is granting minor site plan approval applicant 278 Realty LLC for minor site plan approval, 278 Pacific Ave, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 20201, lot 22. Case number on that is P21-160.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call, please, for memorialization?
Vice Chair, Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Allen.
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
Chairman Langston.
It's an aye, but Cam, did you get a nap in there? You're all fired up.
After I drank chamomile tea, I'm just fired up to finish the meeting.
I think that puts you to sleep, no?
I get my my second wind comes when the vote for Rezo.
Oh, that was impressive.
Yeah, let's go.
Do we need a executive session? Anybody?
No.
What I like to hear.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, thank you, guys. We're adjourned. Enjoy your night, and we'll see you in 3 weeks.
Enjoy the weekend.
Good night. Have a good.
Enjoy the holiday, guys. Be safe.
Good night.
Take care.
Everybody safe.
Good night.